and welcome to the 2013 Nobel Week Dialogue. Thank you all for taking the trouble to be here today to help us explore the future of energy. My name is Adam Smith, and it's my honor to be your guide for today's meeting. And what a meeting it is. I don't think that ever before have such an extraordinary group of experts from across the science and society interface been gathered together to discuss the future of energy in a meeting that is free, that's open to anybody to attend. Now, my role this morning is twofold. One is I need to explain to you what's happening. And the second is that, as you'll have seen, we have an extraordinarily packed program. So I also have to try to keep it all running on time. Wish me luck. To welcome you properly and to officially open the meeting, I'd like to welcome on stage Lars Hakenstein, who is the Executive Director of the Nobel Foundation. Lars.
Your Excellencies, dear laureates, ladies and gentlemen, friends, a warm welcome to the Nobel Week Dialogue, the second of its kind, and for the first time here in Gothenburg. During the Nobel Week, we are paying tribute to those who have been awarded the Nobel Prize. We are doing this by listening to their lectures and by, of course, handing over the prize to them, and by the magnificent banquet. The focus of the Nobel Week is naturally on those who have received the prize, on their contributions. This is as it should be. But Alfred Nobel, he had higher ambitions for his prize. This was not just a matter of naming some winners of a competition. He wanted to achieve real results. As he put it, he wanted the prizes to be for the greatest benefit of mankind, for a better world. If we bear this in mind, there are good reasons for us to broaden our perspective and also highlight current issues related to the areas that Nobel singled out in his will, to science, literature, and peace. We have, within the Nobel sphere, previously spread information about the prize and also tried to stimulate efforts and initiatives in line with the prize by building museums, through traveling exhibitions that have traveled a large part of the world, through our website and through publications and conferences. In the same spirit, we organized the first Nobel Week Dialogue last year. An early Sunday morning in Stockholm, we had a very cold and snowy Sunday morning, by the way. We had more than 1,000 people coming. Over 500 of these were students. We were amazed. It was far beyond our expectations. Alfred Nobel would have loved to see this, an explosion of interest in debate and science appearing during the Nobel Week. And I think we are pretty close to the same number here, and probably we will be, by the end of the day, at the same level. With Nobel Week Dialogue, we turn not only to the research community or to experts in the fields. We also wanted to reach out to the general public and to decision makers and highlight the existing things that are happening today in science in order to inspire and influence. Dialogue is exactly what we want to see here today on stage between the participants, in the auditorium between all of you, online via our webcast or through our social media channels. We strongly believe in dialogue as an important method to achieve real change. When we do this, when we promote the dialogue, we feel confident that we have Alfred Nobel on our side. Nobel cared very much about social progress. He wrote about it, discussed it, worried about it. He was acutely aware that his activities had not only an impact on research, on technology and business, but also on social change, on war, on peace, on life and death. This is what he wanted to influence with this prize. Against this background, this year's theme, energy, is particularly appropriate. This is a field where research has had an enormous impact, and nevertheless, there is a lot of need for research today. Unless we see major scientific breakthroughs in this area, there are risks for devastating pressures on our societies. To get the necessary breakthroughs, our societies and politicians need to be engaged. In the end, both scientific advances and political change will be much needed. The survival of mankind is at stake. Also, our topic is particularly relevant for Gothenburg, a city that has been living on transportation, a major consumer of energy for centuries, but also with a business that has taken an innovative approach to environmental problems and a tradition of close cooperation between society and business. This spirit has been of a great help to us when organizing this event. At this point, I really like to thank all our partners in Gothenburg for what they have done during the last year. Everything I have heard sounds like things have been going on in an absolutely perfect way. I can't avoid particularly mention Carl Bennett, because without his enthusiasm from the beginning, when I called him 1.5 years ago, there would not have been a Nobel Week dialogue. And certainly we wouldn't have been here in Gothenburg today. So thank you, Carl. Today we will have a chance to update ourselves on what is happening when it comes to energy. We will meet Nobel laureates whose contributions to this field have been crucial, as well as many other researchers in the field today. And we will see them engage in a dialogue with leading names from other areas of society. At this point, we don't know what our theme will be next year, or in 2015 when we will be back here in Gothenburg. You can influence that. Please come with suggestions, come with your ideas. In the meantime, we hope to organize Nobel Prize dialogues, the sister of Nobel Week dialogue, in Korea and in Japan. I look forward to an exciting day. Once again, you're all most welcome to the first Nobel Week dialogue in Gothenburg. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Now, as you'll have seen from your program, the day is broadly divided into two. This morning, we will all be here for listening to a mixture of lectures and panel discussions. And then at lunchtime, everything splits up into multiple parallel sessions, and I'll explain more about those later. And we carry on with parallel discussion sessions in which you're very much invited to participate and ask questions and talk throughout the afternoon. And then we finally come together again for a closing panel here in this room. Now, the lectures this morning are designed to introduce some of the themes that we'd like to bear in mind throughout the course of our day's discussions. And I'm very pleased to say that for our opening short talk, we have Anna-Karin Hatt, the Swedish Minister for Information Technology and Energy, with us. She managed to arrive with precise timing at 10 o'clock. And here she is, Anna-Karin Hatt.
Distinguished guests, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true pleasure for me to start the Nobel Week dialogue here in Gothenburg, together with you, some of the most well-respected scientists and business leaders in the world. The need to intensify our global dialogue on our energy future across science, politics, and business is today bigger than ever before. Today, we will discuss one of the most daunting challenges we as humans have ever faced, For the scope of our energy and climate challenge is grand, and sometimes it is in fact difficult to grasp its full scope. As we gather here today, coal, the highest emitting energy source of all, is still the largest source of energy in the world. Still, 80% of the world's energy consumption comes from fossil fuels, just as much as 25 years ago. And still, fossil fuels are subsidized globally by more than $500 billion every year. At the same time, climate scientists, clearer than ever, have established the fact that we as humans are responsible for the warming of our planet, and that our seemingly endless thirst of fossil fuels is to blame. Our natural reaction when facing these facts must be to work even harder to change this through political action. And increased dialogue between people, regions, and leaders is a cornerstone of effective policy making. This insight is especially important today, when the economic downturn to a large extent has shifted the focus of too many policymakers away from combating climate change. But instead of letting that make us resort into pessimism, we must use the window of opportunity we have and work even harder and show that it is truly possible to combine high economic growth with high ambitions on sustainability and climate change. Because there is hope, and there are trends that could lead to substantial changes in our energy landscape. To be able to halt climate change, we need more of global action and stronger leadership. The first step on that road in Europe must be for the European Union next year to agree on a strong climate and energy framework for 2030. A strong position and a strong leadership from the European Union is necessary if the world at the Global Climate Summit in Paris in 2015 shall be able to sign the global climate agreement that we all need. In preparing for that, global leaders could be inspired and find strength in the budding trend of local and regional action and new regional policies. Today, regional trading schemes for emissions are being established in different parts of the world. The first one was established here in the European Union with the European trading system, the ETS. A system designed to decrease our carbon emissions, where we today are looking into how the total number of carbon permits could better reflect the societal cost of the emissions. And last week, Beijing became the third Chinese city to launch a carbon trading scheme. And before that, trading schemes have been established in California, in parts of Canada, and in South Korea. One of the driving forces behind this development is a strong political will to act on climate change. But it is not the only one. When I visited China and Beijing a couple of months ago, I certainly discussed climate change. And many people were interested in the sustainability journey that we in Sweden has been able to make. But during my visit, I was also intrigued by how much air quality problems was discussed in large Chinese cities, in the media and among policymakers. And as you very well know, the problems with smog and worsening air quality emanate from the same sources as CO2 emissions and other greenhouse gases, the burning of coal and other fossil fuels. Which means that many measures taken to improve air quality problems also will have an important impact on climate change. The lesson we can draw from this is quite clear. Every region, every country in the world has its own unique context, its own problems and its own driving forces, which means that every region, through discussions and interactions, must find their own right solutions to tackle climate change. In Sweden, the major driving force might be the will to act on climate change. In Brazil, a driving force might be the deforestation in the Amazon rainforest. And in China, the driving force might be the need to improve air quality. But in the end, every measure taken, regardless of driving force behind, will help us tackle climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is global and needs a global response. But we also need robust energy and climate policies across regions, included in the European Union. And we need to support developing countries in their efforts to build sustainable energy systems. But the local perspective is also important, because every single decision we make, as individuals, as organizations, as companies and decision makers, matters, also in the global context. Every single one of us can and must play an important role in building a sustainable energy system. But for that to happen, we need an increased awareness of the consequences of the choices we make. An awareness that could be raised if we, as consumers, business representatives, researchers, or decision makers, answer a few very important questions before making the decisions we make. For example, how can I, as a consumer, contribute to increased sustainability by choosing a sustainable fuel for my new car? How can I, as an investor, make sure that my next energy infrastructure investment doesn't extend our fossil fuel dependency for another 10, 15, or 25 years in the future? And how can I, as a policymaker or a researcher, contribute by developing and choosing solutions and policies that will be sustainable over the long term, instead of just looking at short-term gains? If all of us, every day, should decide to ask ourselves these simple but quite challenging questions, then we would be able to move further and faster than we have done before. Together, we hold positions that make it possible to truly contribute to real solutions to our common energy and climate challenges. Let us use these positions. Let us use the window of opportunity we have. Let us use the dialogue that we will have here today, so that we, in the end, will make true difference for our climate and for our common future on this planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So to give the second of our morning introductory talks, we're very pleased to welcome Dr. Fatih Birol, who is Director of Global Energy Economics at the International Energy Agency and the man responsible for the IEA's much quoted World Energy Outlook. So it gives me pleasure to welcome Fatih Birol.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's a great honor to be with you here today. I will, in the next few minutes, just tell you what are the framework conditions, what are the starting points of our energy system today. In the next sessions, we will look at the future and the future challenges, but I thought I should provide you a very brief summary where we are today in the global energy system. The very first thing I wanted to tell you is that the job descriptions of many key energy players are being rewritten, redefined. What do I mean with that? Some countries which have been years and years major energy importers are now turning to be significant energy exporters, such as the United States. US has been a significant gas exporter, and very soon we will see US to be one of the key natural gas exporters, from being importer to exporter, as a result of the so-called shale gas revolution. Another country is Brazil. Brazil is becoming a significant oil exporter around 2015, only 2 years from now, as a result of two major policies. One, increasing production, especially in the deep water offshore. And second, Brazilian government has years and years pushed a biofuels policy in order to replace the oil products in the transportation sector. So less oil consumption and increasing production means Brazil is becoming a major oil exporter around 2015. So changing completely the job description. Another point is that there are some countries we knew in the energy map as major energy exporters and influenced the markets as an energy exporter, such as the Middle East countries. They are at the same time becoming major energy consumers and affecting the global energy markets as a consumer as well. According to World Energy Outlook, in about 20 years of time, if not less, Middle East countries will use oil at home equal to what China consumes today. They will consume oil as much as China today. So changing again the job description, not only an exporter, but also a major consumer and affecting the markets. Third, the patterns of trade is changing. You know this map, the world map, and there are some arrows, the trade going from this place to another, from different continents. It is changing. Where does the energy go from? And where it ends up? For example, Canada, a big change. The life for Canadians were until recently very simple. They produced oil, they produced gas, and they send it to South, to United States, and get the cash. However, United States, as a result of the shale gas revolution, and now going on the shale oil surge, US will not need much more of Canadian energy. And Canada is a major energy country, and they have to export energy, and now Canada is turning its face to Asia. We will see more Canadian oil and gas moving to Asia. Again, another example is Russia. Russia has had one single loyal customer, the client, if I may say so, which is Europe. However, for at least two reasons, Russia has to look for new markets. In Europe, natural gas demand, we expect in the World Energy Outlook, will come to the pre-crisis level only early 2020s. It is going down substantially. Not need for much gas, at least for the next 10 years. Second, there are new sources of supply which can come to the European markets, including the American gas, which pushes Russia to look for alternative trade patterns, which is again the address is the same: Asia, China, Japan, and other countries. So again, the trade patterns are changing. To sum up, the dynamics are very, very strong in the global energy markets, and there's a major change, and as a result of that, we see the roles of the key players are changing. There are, however, certain things that do not change, which I wish to see they are changing. One of them is, as Minister Hutt mentioned, increasing carbon dioxide emissions. Energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, is crucial to address climate change, as 2/3 of the emissions leading to climate change come from the energy sector. Without fixing the problem in energy sector, we have no chance whatsoever to solve the problem of climate change. And when we look at our trends, we are perfectly in line with the temperature increase up to 3.6 degrees Celsius. This is significantly higher than the level that told us by the scientists, which is tolerable, which is 2 degrees Celsius increase in the global temperature. The difference between 2 degrees and 3.6 degrees is not something that we just take our jacket off and we continue to go as it is. It will have devastating impacts for all of us. We will hear from different scientists today, including Mr. Pachahuri, that 3.6 degrees Celsius temperature increase will have major implications in terms of the increased frequency of extreme weather events, sea level rise, more and more heat waves, and the lack of water, availability of water. And the world is loyally and continuously following this trend, mainly as a result of the emissions coming from the energy sector. Another thing which didn't change and even became worse is an issue which is at the heart of the climate change debate. Today, in many countries of the world, fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, they are heavily subsidized. What does it mean? Governments are putting money from their own pockets to push the price of coal, oil, and gas much lower than their market value. And if something is so cheap, human beings, we do, in general, use it in a wasteful manner without looking at whether or not it is efficient, what are the consequences of that. This is a human nature. So many countries in the world, coal, oil, and gas prices are extremely cheap, which gives a boost to wasteful use of fossil fuels, and as such, a major driver of fossil fuel consumption growth. For me, ladies and gentlemen, fossil fuel subsidies are #1 public enemy of sustainable energy development. Another issue that I would like to see changing but doesn't change is a subject we have been covering in the World Energy Outlook since almost 10 years. And now it is becoming an important topic at the international energy debate. It is the following. Today, 1.3 billion people, which means every 5th person in the planet, they have no electricity. They have no access to electricity. Mainly in sub-Saharan Africa, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, and the rest of the world. This is not only a major barrier for the economic development in those countries, because without energy, economy doesn't grow. But at the same time, it has implications on social life, and as such, it is a social issue as well. Just to give you an example, just from daily life, if you don't have electricity, you cannot keep the medication for your children in the refrigerator, and many, many other aspects. So beyond energy, I believe it is also a moral issue, and I want to congratulate the organizers here to put a special session today on energy and the poor. Leaving these challenges aside, let me finish my words by highlighting two issues in terms of energy prices. Many of us may have not noticed, but since 3 years, almost 3 years, oil prices are averaging over $100. It is something that we have never seen in the history. And this is becoming a major hurdle for the countries, especially developing energy importing countries, for their current account balance, for their economies. And when I look at the future, I do not see major reasons to expect that the oil prices will go down in a substantial way and in a long period of time. Therefore, high oil prices is something that we need to take into consideration in our decision-making system. Another point about the energy prices is something which is at the heart of the debate today in Europe, in Asia, as well as in the United States. Namely, natural gas prices, a very important fuel for the bulk of the world, and electricity prices are diverging in different countries. Today, in Europe, natural gas prices are 3 times higher than those in the United States, and in Asia, 5 times higher than in the United States. Again, electricity prices in Europe are 2.5 times higher than those in the United States. And this price differential between the countries, between the regions, provide a very important dimension for the competitiveness of those economies. For example, the energy-intensive sectors in Europe, such as petrochemicals, iron steel, glass, cement, energy cost is a substantial part of their total cost. And if the energy cost is very high, they will have major difficulties to compete with their rivals in the US and elsewhere. And as a result, we may well see knock-on effects of the European economy with the very different prices between Europe and other parts of the world. And as such, I believe the year 2014, next year, will be very crucial for Europe to shape sound energy policies for the prosperity of the European economy for the next years to come. So these are some points I thought I share with you to provide a basis for our discussions this afternoon, which I am very much looking forward to. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Fatih Birol. And happily, we'll hear more from Fatih Birol very soon when he joins a panel discussion. But before that, we have one further introductory talk this morning, when Karl-Henrik Svanberg, the chairman of BP and Volvo, is going to remind us about how we should view timelines and how we should think about future scenarios when thinking about the future of energy. So may I introduce Carl-Henrik Svanberg. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, Nobel laureates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a true privilege to stand here today and share some of our thoughts. First of all, let me say that I agree with many of Fatih Birol's remarks on the scale and the energy challenges facing us today. Some of us here will talk about what needs to happen. Others will talk about what they think will happen. I will talk about time perspectives and the pace at which we believe things could happen. I believe that an open dialogue, that this one here today, they are critical to establish a common ground for action. We need to move fast as time is not on our side. We can't pretend that, for example, the climate change isn't a serious issue. But neither can we pretend that renewables are the only solution and that they are already available at scale. We know that the energy demand will rise, continue to rise, driven by the increase in population and in economic growth. While I'm today in my presentation, I will be using BP's number rather than IEA's, but we largely see the same trends and the same outcomes. As we think about the energy future, there are two things that I would like to mention here now. Firstly, where will the energy demand grow? Today, roughly 45% of the world's energy consumption is in the OECD countries. The majority is in the developing world. Energy demand will grow by some estimated 40% in the next 20 years. This equates to 2 times United States energy consumption in addition to what the world is using today. OECD energy consumption will remain largely flat. And actually in countries like Sweden, where we are today, show us that it is in fact possible for advanced economies to grow economically and still show a falling energy demand. But over 90% of the energy demand growth will come from the developing world, where billions of people are striving to reach the same standard of living as we in the OECD countries enjoy today. By 2030, some 2/3 of the energy demand will come from the emerging markets. And by 2050, it could be close to 3/4 of the world's energy demand will come from the emerging markets. We all, of course, have a joint responsibility to deal with the energy and climate challenges. But frankly, if we cannot find solutions, efficient solutions in the emerging markets, our efforts here in Europe will not help us much. The second thing to bear in mind is the significance of cost of energy for development. Today in OECD, it takes roughly 1 barrel of oil equivalent, be it oil, gas, wind, solar, to generate $1,000 of GDP. So if it is oil, it's around $100 to create $1,000 of GDP. If it is coal, it's a bit less. If it's wind or solar, it's a bit more. In the developing markets, it takes 2 barrels of oil equivalent to create $1,000 of GDP. This is because in the developing world, energy, it is not just fueling economic growth, but it's also fueling the transformation from an agricultural society to an industrial society with all the urbanization that follows. As these economies mature, they will obviously also be less energy intensive, but their peak energy demand is still several decades away. The challenge is therefore twofold. firstly, to supply enough energy to meet the demand, and secondly, to do so in a sustainable way, balancing environmental concern with economic prosperity. All forms of energy will be needed. It's not a matter of either or. And even if in the most radical scenario from IEA, the so-called 450 scenario, the fossil fuels remain a major source of energy. And unfortunately, without any disruptive technologies in sight, renewables cannot be expected to make a contribution on scale that many would hope for several decades. Renewables are the fastest growing source of energy, but it grows from such a small base, low base, that even by 2030, we expect non-hydro renewables to not make up more than 6 to 7% of the total supply. These alternative technologies are not generally competitive today, and that is why we see a need for such heavy subsidies. Any such subsidies must be transitional and be phased down as scale and technology lowers cost. Otherwise, it will not be possible for finance ministers to balance the books. If this is not judged correctly, there is a risk of subsidies suddenly being withdrawn, and at worst, they may risk jeopardizing the entire renewable industry. So to stimulate renewable investments is a large challenge for policymakers and to get it right. The most important step, in my view, is to put a price on carbon. And I cannot understand why those that burn carbon can do that free of charge. We must get that right. We must also learn from the unintended consequences of commendable efforts in Europe. Tough emission reductions were mandated, and an emission trading scheme was implemented. It was a good scheme. In addition, extra renewable energy targets were implemented. It was so successful that the price of carbon emission rights now has fallen to almost nothing here in Europe. Meanwhile, in the US, the shale revolution has led to gas displacing coal in power generation. And partly as a result, the US emissions are falling and are now at the level of 1995 and before. Excess US coal is now finding its way to Europe, where it costs little to burn this coal because of the cheap price of carbon. And now emissions from power generation is actually increasing in Europe. So again, policy is at the heart of addressing climate challenges. This is why I would also now like to turn to the importance of time. I am confident that a lot will happen in renewable energy development, offering exciting opportunity for the future that will help mitigate climate change. But new alternatives will not kick in at scale for at least another 20 years. So we need a strategy to buy us time. Accelerating the drive for energy efficiency worldwide is probably the most important action that we can take to reduce emissions. As we all know, there are lots of data that show us how little of energy that actually is put to final use, and the vast majority is ending up as waste. The future for efficiency improvements is significant, and it's critical for emissions, for economies, for jobs, and for domestic energy security. In parallel, to shift from coal to gas would have a major effect. Natural gas is the fastest growing fossil fuel, and it is the cleanest, with half the emissions of conventional coal for power generation. So, in conclusion, time is not on our side. The world needs energy, and the need for energy will increase over the coming decades before it might eventually peak. By then, I believe technology will play a major role in delivering sustainable energy. But until then, there is not one simple solution. The potential for further improvements in energy efficiency is critical, and it's huge. Replacing coal with gas will reduce these emissions by half. The push for renewables must continue. And in all of this, we believe that the world would greatly benefit from a price on carbon. If someone here can show us a more quick way into the future, I will be the first to celebrate them. And if they do, they may also receive a coveted prize from the hands of the King of Sweden. And they will be here joining us in future gatherings. I believe my time is up. Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you. So, I mentioned before the IEA's World Energy Outlook, and of course there are a number of outlooks that people look to when trying to predict the future. And we thought it would be interesting to gather together some of the people responsible for those main outlooks and have them in a panel discussion. And so that's what we have now. Kindly, Chris Llewellyn-Smith, Director of Energy Research at Oxford University, is going to chair that. And if he would like to come out with his panelists, we have Fatih Birol, Nebojsa Nakisenovic, Rajendra Pachari, and Christoph Ruhl, who will be joined by Anna-Karin Hatt, who's kindly agreed to join the panel as well. Chris is going to introduce everybody. Chris, do you want to sit here?
I'm going to be here. Christoph, you're here.
Anna-Karin, you're here. Aki, you're here. Over to you, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. I'm Chris Llewellyn-Smith, and it's been suggested that before I introduce the speakers and they speak, the panel members, I'm going to show a few slides with some facts and figures. So the first point I want to make is that we are using a lot of energy. In fact, we're using energy at the average rate equivalent to that provided by burning 1.9 tons of oil every year for every man, woman, and child on the planet. And we're doing it in an extremely uneven way. In this unit of tons of oil equivalent, the United States per person are burning 7 tons of oil a year. In Sweden, it's 5.2. The UK, which is around the European average, 3. China, 2. Bangladesh, 0.2. Sweden uses more energy because you have a lot of energy-intensive industries, and it's cold here, but you're really good guys. You're producing a lot less CO2 in the way you do it. These are not the numbers that are needed to support lifestyles, because the Chinese are making a lot of things that they and others which use energy, which they export, but support our lifestyles. If you allow for the difference of the energy that goes into producing exports and imports, China drops from just above the world average of energy consumption to well below it at 1.6 tons. Whereas the UK goes up a lot and the United States also goes up. This slide shows you, this is the total energy used in billion tons of oil equivalent. On the left, where it's used, on the right, where it comes from. To the left of the line, that's the past. Those are just facts. To the right, those are projections made by BP with their most likely assessment of future policies. BP don't put in non-traded biomass, which perhaps adds another 10% to the total. 3 points on this graph. Energy use is growing rapidly, and the growth is from the poor countries, the non-OECD. And that's a good thing. It's lifting billions of people out of poverty. And it's set to continue to grow. Fossil fuels are set to continue to dominate, at least in the period up to 2030 shown here. Renewables are growing most rapidly in percentage terms, but from a very low base, and they're set to remain small. How do we use energy? Very roughly, 30% in industry, 30% in transport, 30% in housing, agriculture, forestry, and fishing, 2% commerce and public service, 9%. You can cut this cake many ways. For example, how much of primary energy goes into electricity? It's about 38%. Now, I want to finish talking about some of the scenarios. I already talked about the BP projection, which is based on most likely assessment of future policy trends. Then I've shown 4 other scenarios that are produced by Fatih and his colleagues at the IEA. The first is current policy scenario, policies already enacted. The second is the new policy scenario, which assumes the implementation of all the rhetoric that our ministers and governors have told us, the things they want to do to reduce energy use and reduce fossil fuel. The green one is where we ought to be. It's a scenario which would keep carbon dioxide in the atmosphere below 450 parts per million, which is thought to be the number to keep climate change, temperature increase to under 2 degrees. And the last one, the efficient world scenario, is the same as the new policies, the blue one, with the addition of all actions that the IEA thinks would both reduce energy use and save money. Now, I want to make 4 comments on this. Note that in the new policies scenario, which has policies designed to increase and decrease energy use and carbon emissions, they're both going up. Even that, all the policies that have been claimed will be introduced were way away from the green scenario. But that is well below the BP, which, by the way, is on the left-hand graph, probably a little bit high. It should be about 2/3 of the way between the blue and the orange one. It's very hard for me to think that the BP projection can be wrong, because for 2030, the infrastructure's in place. So we're probably not going to, those rhetoric won't happen. The next point is the difference between the purple and the blue scenarios is supposed to be only things that save energy and money. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just a free lunch. It's a lunch you're paid to eat, but nobody's eating it. So we have to ask, why? Is that true that we can save energy and money? And if so, why is it not happening? One final point. The difference in carbon emissions in the right-hand graph is more or less exactly proportional to the amount of coal in those different scenarios. The highest priority we have, in my opinion, must be to reduce the use of coal, not only to mitigate climate change, but also, as the minister said, because of the damage that it's doing in air pollution. I'm now going to introduce the panel and ask them to say a few words. So first on my left is Christoph Ruhl, who's the Group Chief Economist and Vice President of BP. They produce extremely helpful compendium of data and the outlook with those points from which I quoted, and Christoph presents them to the world every year. And I hope Christoph will tell us something about where we seem to be going. Next, Rajendra Pachauri, Pachi to his friends, who chairs the International Panel on Climate Change, which has awarded the Nobel Prize in 2007. He's a prominent environmental researcher, and I hope, Pachi, you will tell us where we ought to be going. Fatih Birol has already been introduced, and since time is short, says he will pass in the first round, but I'm sure he's going to comment on what other people have to say. Next, Nabiosa Nakicenovic, Naki to his friends, who's the Deputy Director of the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis in Vienna, which last year published a monumental general energy assessment. And I think Naki is going to tell us where we could be going and what we should be doing. And finally, the minister, who's been introduced and certainly needs no introduction here in Sweden, who'll comment on, I hope, on how we can get there politically. So first of all, over to you, Christoph.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, to the organizers for the invitation, and a very, very good morning to all of you. So I have the task of telling the world where it's going. Just one word by introduction. It is true that we produce point forecasts rather than scenarios. We don't do this, however, because we think we have a better crystal ball than others. We do it ultimately because we believe that nothing focuses the mind of the analyst so much as to be forced to walk from today 15, maybe 20 years ahead further would make not much sense. And on the way, the analysts usually encountered several forks in the road, call them the sort of fault lines of this complicated energy system, where things could go left or could go right or could go somewhere in the middle. And it's generally often impossible to say where exactly they will go, but it is possible to put the finger on these fault lines and saying here is a major decision point where the future will depend on these kind of decisions. And I hope I can point out to you some of these fault lines from looking at where we have come from and where we are likely to go. Could I have the first slide, please? We have been allocated a maximum of 2 slides, and I'm determined to max that out. What you see here, you have seen already in Chris' introduction the levels of where we think energy consumption and production is going to go. What you see here are the shares. So these are the market shares of the individual fuels, oil, coal, gas, and then all the non-fossil fuels. The first thing to say about it is this is a slow-moving beast, these huge global energy markets, but it's a beast which does move occasionally. You can see the case of oil, different from all other fuels in that it has a clear structural break. In 1973, first oil price crisis, when prices suddenly became very expensive. Ever since, the market share of oil is falling in the global system. We don't see any reason for that to change. And ever since, of course, oil has been, in energy terms, the most expensive of all the fuels. It's falling because in power generation and industry, wherever possible, oil loses market share where there are cheaper other fuels against which it has to compete. It hasn't so far lost much in transport because there were no other fuels historically against which it had to compete. The mirror image, natural gas, increasing steadily, steady as she goes, on the base of more availability worldwide, also against the background of increased tradability with LNG, and lately, of course, also with the shale revolution. Coal in the middle. We tend to forget that this uptick of coal, which made coal such a headline figure, especially in the climate change discussions, is relatively recent. It's about the last 10, 12 years, based on industrialization in Asia, in particular in China. We do think that that will peter out as China either manages to rebalance its economy away from heavy infrastructure, industrial, export-oriented mass production, or as Chinese growth slow if they don't manage to rebalance their economy. And one last general point, you see the non-fossil fuels, nuclear, renewables, and hydroelectricity, and you see how small their share actually is. To give you a hard number, last year, 2012, the share of renewables proper, excluding hydroelectricity, worldwide, including biofuels, jumped from 2.2 to 2.4% in the global energy mix. That is the reason why we think we are likely to be based in a system still majority fossil fuel 20 years from now, because even if you apply very high growth rates, that's not going to change the world much. I want to use this to make 3 quick points for the discussion. The first one is interesting in its own right. These are the data now out to 35, which hasn't been published yet, but I haven't doctored them. It looks as if we are on a trajectory for convergence in the fossil fuel mix. This is interesting in its own right because it would indeed be the first time in human history that we don't have a dominant fuel. Yeah, we used to have wood, then coal, then the age of oil. It looks as if these fuels converge, and at least in the case of oil and gas, that is also driven by competition. Second point, and an important one for the environmental discussion, you see how particular natural gas and coal are converging. This is driven by heavy competition in the power sector. We saw a splendid example of how that can work across continents, no longer just within countries, last year, when we had an enormous increase of natural gas driven by the shale gas revolution in power generation in the US, so much so that a lot of coal became idle, and it was, so to speak, forced into exile by the shale gas revolution. A lot of it entered Europe, and so unfortunately what we had in Europe was an increase, mirror image of the US, an increase of gas, of coal and the replacement of gas in power generation. Why does it matter? Because if you generate 1 kilowatt hour of power, of electricity with natural gas, you have about 50% of the emissions you get from coal. Right? And so when you now look just at the sheer order of magnitudes, 1/3 of global consumption, coal, more than 1/4 natural gas, less than 2.5% renewables, then for those of us interested in the environment, the question emerges, and I pointed out drastically, what's it going to be? Fear of fracking or the conscious replacement of more coal with natural gas in the energy mix. Because if you replace another 2 or 3% of coal with natural gas globally, utilizing the fact that we have this intercontinental competition between those fuels now, chances are that the effect is much better than ratcheting up renewables by an even higher percentage, just for discussion. And the third point I wanted to make here is there's an interesting sort of parallel on the surface. If you look at the growth rates of nuclear versus renewables, they almost look identical. Now, we know what happened to nuclear in the 70s and early 80s. Growth hit a ceiling there, ostensibly because of political discussions, security problems, all the rest of it. But the fact of the matter is that nuclear also always was a highly subsidized fuel, and for various reasons did not manage to bring its unit costs down. And just one example as an economist, if you have a nuclear accident, you will not be able to find private insurance against the consequences of a nuclear accident anywhere in the world. Right? That is a very high subsidy right there. Renewables also are, as a sector, highly subsidized, much more so than fossil fuels if you take into account the size. And so the question emerges, is there a threat that renewables sort of face the same fate and also hit a glass ceiling? And the answer is, we don't think so, but if they don't manage to become more competitive, there is this problem that at some point finance ministers are on their knees and you can't go beyond a certain level if you have a wholly subsidized sector, even if everybody wants it. And we see this, how this works in Europe right now, where renewable subsidies are being cut left, right, and center, exactly in that region of the world where penetration rates are highest and there, therefore, subsidies are highest. And then I want to max it out, as I said. On the left-hand side, same picture as before, just squeezed together a little bit, these global fuel shares. On the right-hand side, also something important to keep in mind. This is economic growth, basically, the way GDP has grown since 1970s and is projected to grow. Now compare that first with energy consumption. And what we see is a scissor opening actually very nicely. That scissor between GDP growth and energy consumption growth is energy intensity. That is perhaps the broadest possible measure of energy efficiency there is. And we know a lot from the data we are working with every day what opens that scissor so nicely. It's the high cost of energy, it's competition, it's innovation, both on consuming fuels and producing fuels. It's all these things, and being crude and short, associated with functioning markets. Then there's another scissor here. This is energy consumption and then carbon emissions, only from energy use. That's the only thing measured there. And you see that until today, that scissor has opened remarkably little and is not projected to make major progress in the future. And that, to my mind, is the upshot of what we can read when we study these long-term developments of absolute fuel consumption or of fuel shares. There's a reason for that scissor not opening very wide enough. That is the absence of most of the measures which drive the efficiency gains between GDP growth and energy consumption. In particular, of course, the absence of a price for carbon, but also the absence of certain discussions of other ways of saving carbon short of moving the system immediately to renewable, which just physically is not possible without crashing those very poor economies which have been mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Pachi, can we move to you?
Thank you very much. Firstly, let me express my gratitude for this opportunity. And I'm going to be very brief, so I'm not even going to use a slide. But let me say my major concern is the fact that we need to bring about a major transition in the energy sector by which we can reduce emissions of greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide in particular. And we have very valuable and extremely well-researched assessments and projections of energy, which have just been mentioned. But let me say that I would like to see much greater depth and much deeper analysis of issues like energy access. You know, we have 1.2 to 1.3 billion people who have no access to electricity. Almost twice, a little more, in fact, that number of people who use biomass for cooking and a variety of applications in the household. How is this large section of humanity going to make a transition to clean and modern fuels and do it in a manner that's going to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases over a business as usual kind of scenario. This is something that requires much deeper analysis. If I had the time, I would give you some ideas, but I hope we'll have opportunities to discuss this. The second area that I feel needs much deeper analysis is the whole issue of technology prospects and future scenarios. I mean, come to think of it, in North America, shale gas has brought about a radical change in the energy supply scenario. But to be honest, still about 5 or 6 years ago, nobody really expected or projected this. Now, what, in my view, would be extremely helpful is to look at even dream scenarios of disruptive technologies and see what that's going to do to the total system. Because once you do that, I think that also provides policymakers with some kind of direction on how to get to a particular goal that might be desirable. And this applies to, let's say, photovoltaics, where certainly costs have come down, but with some of the technological developments that are possible and maybe likely, you can assess what the costs of power generation from photovoltaics would be, or for that matter, viable storage technologies. And I think the time has come when we should look at some of these technological possibilities and analyze them in depth. The other area which I think would help greatly is to look at case studies of how we've been able to delink growth and energy demand. The projections that you saw in the past record of energy consumption clearly shows a divergence between the rate of growth of GDP or GNP versus energy consumption. But what would be extremely helpful is to develop case studies of what has worked and what has not worked. The other area where I think we need far better understanding is on energy prices. Now, I realize that's a hazardous area. I mean, I myself in 1985 published a book brought out by Johns Hopkins University Press. It was called, basically to do with the global oil market. I called it The Political Economy of Global Energy. And I carried out a very detailed bean counting approach of the energy supply countries, the oil supply countries, and then came up with a projection that oil prices would actually go up. That was in 85. And there was just a few weeks before oil prices actually crashed. So you can imagine the sales of my book also followed the same direction. So at the end, the publisher told me they have 100 or 200 copies left over, and I could pick them up if they wanted. So I'm not saying that projecting prices is an easy proposition, but I think we need much deeper understanding. Finally, I would like to submit 2 researchers in the area that in a few months we'll be bringing out the Working Group 3 report as part of the 5th assessment report of the IPCC, where we're going to look at mitigation possibilities. That will have to be translated into actions that will tell us how to achieve certain levels of mitigation that are assessed and carefully evaluated in that particular report. Reference has already been made to the fact that we have several low-cost and negative cost opportunities. In the 4th assessment report, we had assessed that in 2030, there would be 6 gigatons of CO2 equivalent mitigation potential that could be realized at net negative cost. It would be very interesting to see how and why that's not being realized. Now, of course, a great deal lies in the realm of pricing, taxation, subsidies, incentives, disincentives, and regulation. But it seems to me, looking at some of these barriers and institutional issues by which we can translate the assessment of the 5th assessment report into actionable policies is something that I think a lot of researchers will have to pay attention to. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Naki, floor is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning. I would also like to thank the organizers for the invitation to be at this important meeting. In the interest of time, I will make 2 points. Number one is I will argue that we need transformational change to achieve the energy challenges. Pachi mentioned access. I think that's central. Access, but then there is also the issue of energy security, climate change being major planetary challenge. So we need, I would like to show my first slide, please. This is not new in some sense. We had major energy revolutions behind us, and I just wanted to illustrate this in a rhythm of 50 years. If you look, for example, railways, aircraft, communication, individual transport and manufacturing, just before 1900, there were very few people who thought that even heavier than air flying machines would be possible at all. And so when we look in the future, we need this kind of disruptive technologies. This is where I'm with Pachi, and we need also new systems, not just technology. So I offer here a couple of candidates. I'm not grazing into a crystal ball, as you mentioned at the beginning, but just look at the top right, superconductive infrastructure together with Maglev's. Japanese are already building a Maglev, and there is one in Shinkansen operating. So these are the challenges. So my second point is, to understand this transformation, we need a longer-term perspective. It is not enough to look for next 10, 20 years to the hill of the current trends. We have to look beyond and see what the opportunities are to meet the challenges. What I'm saying now is based on the Global Energy Assessment that you can download from the website if you're interested. You see here the historical emissions of carbon dioxide increasing at about 2%, and the dotted lines show the range of about 1,000 scenarios in the literature. So you might think, okay, we don't know much about the problem. But in fact, if you look at the green area, that shows how the emissions should look like if we want to achieve 2 degrees, and that's a major challenge. I don't need to comment, you can just read the numbers. Negative emissions, even if we are not there on time. Now, in the Global Energy Assessment, we looked at about 40 scenarios that in different ways, different pathways, achieve some of those challenges I discussed before. And they fall in this area. So they fulfill the climate goals, and they're illustrated there, but in a fundamentally different way. And all of them provide universal access by 2030. That was one of the goals, improved security, and so on. And here, Pachi mentioned IPCC. I'll conclude by, if that projects. Yeah, also an IPCC scenario prepared for IPCC that stabilizes at higher than 50% likelihood below 2 degrees. Now, let me just conclude by saying this kind of revolution or transformation requires huge upfront investments, about double the current ones. And I think that's the real major challenge, policies plus investments. So I will leave it here in interest of time, but I think this kind of future is possible, but it requires completely different approach to energy planning and investment and deployment of new technologies.
Thank you very much, Anna-Karin.
Thank you. I should like to raise 3 issues which I think are very important to bear in mind if politics and decision makers should react in the right way on what we have heard today and before. The first is clear and long-term commitment. The second being good examples, really needed. And the third is to put the correct price on carbon. When it comes to the first point, clear and long-term commitment, I'm very proud that acting on climate change is a top priority for the Swedish government. We aim at decreasing our CO2 emissions by 40% to 2020, increase energy efficiency by 20%, and we have many other ambitious goals in the future, not least to be carbon neutral by 2050. I think that one of the most important things that will happen next year is that the European Union really needs to get together and to be able to decide on a strong climate and energy package up for 2030, because that leadership might not be the only thing needed, but it is surely needed if we are to reach the global agreement on climate in Paris in 2 years' time. The other one is that I think if we should be able to reach that long-term commitment, then we need good examples. And I think that one of the contributions that we can make as a country from Sweden is to describe the sustainability journey that we have been able to do so far. We have lots more to do, not least in transportations, but since 1990, we have been able to combine decreased carbon emissions with high economic growth. And I think that that's the issue that every government throughout the world is thinking about today. Do I have to choose between sustainability on one hand and economic growth on the other hand? And in that perspective, I think it's important for us to describe that we have been able to decrease carbon emissions by 20% since 1990. And during the same time period, we have increased and got our economy to grow by 60%. So decoupling is really important as a good example in order to make decision makers see that it's possible to combine those at the same time. The third thing then is, I think, one of the most important issues that we really need to be able to decide on is to put the correct price on carbon. That's the most important thing to make sure that renewables are really competitive, that energy efficiency will happen, combined with the increased information on the possibilities we have. And we have to see that only 8% of the fossil fuels used in the world today are covered by a carbon tax. So I think it's really important that more countries decide to introduce carbon taxes, that we get the trading schemes that we have working. The EU certainly must make the ETS working so that we can break the development that we have today, where coal is really coming too heavy into the European market. And besides that, we need to look at the subsidies. Of course, today, as I mentioned in my speech, fossil fuels are subsidized by $500 billion every year. That's 6 times more than governments globally are putting into subsidies on renewables. This truly has to change. And I think that if we are to handle this, if we are capable to handle this, long-term commitment, good examples, putting a correct price on carbon, then we will be able to make sure that renewables can increase, that energy efficiency can happen, and that we will move in a direction where the new energy infrastructure that we build today will not prolong our dependency on fossil fuels.
Thank you. So all the speakers, including me, have gone over time, but I didn't stop them because they were being so interesting. We have about 5 minutes for discussion between the panel, and I'd like to ask Fatih, first of all, if there's any points that you'd really like to pick up or questions to the panel.
Thank you, Chris. I have 3 points, altogether 3 minutes in cumulative terms. So, first, efficiency. I am not as pessimistic as you are, Chris, in terms of efficiency. First of all, numbers. 2012, the global energy efficiency improvement was about 4 times higher than the global average of the last 10 years. This is not driven by the climate change concerns. This is mainly driven by the high price concerns and bring the cost of energy down. And the second one is the local pollution issues. So therefore, I would expect that the energy efficiency will be an important part of every government's policy, and we will see some improvements here, number one. Number two, about the energy prices. I had a similar experience with my colleague Pachi, who has been a source of inspiration for me many years. Pachi, thank you very much. In 2008, we made a major analysis in the World Energy Outlook, and the analysis said on oil is that the era of cheap oil is over. This is the message we wanted to give. But in the November of that year, oil prices went down to $30. And I had the press conference. So what am I going to say to the press? It's $30, and the message is the era of cheap oil is over. We still gave that message, and today, since 5 years, oil prices are, as we expected, about $100. So therefore, it is important for the colleagues, there are a lot of students here, that believing on your convictions, on your analysis, not what is happening in those days, are very, very important to what you believe is right, is definitely an option to consider. Second, on the North America, this is very important. We didn't talk much, but the shale gas revolution is affecting everybody. Very important. And in the year 2009, we came up with a with the analysis saying that there is a silent revolution happening in North America. This was the first one. And when I came even to Stockholm, I remember I made a joke and nobody laughed. The joke was the following. Normally revolutions take place in South America, but this time it's happening in North America with all its implications. And I think we will still see major implications of shale gas on many, many fronts, not only on gas, but the competing fuels as well. Third, on nuclear. We didn't talk much on nuclear, but there are colleagues, there are countries who are not very much in favor of nuclear. But I believe providing electricity generation without any intermittence, providing a long-term perspective, in the context of a world where, as Madam Minister said, the carbon price, I think we may not afford to exclude nuclear from the future energy prospects, especially if we are really serious to address the climate change. Because nuclear is the only electricity generation source which can provide electricity without intermittence and with the well-known price trajectories. Therefore, I believe nuclear should be also part of our dialogue here without approaching it, just taking it out of the debate. So these are 3 points, Chris: efficiency and the foresight of the projections, as well as the nuclear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are panels later in the day on fossil fuels and nuclear. We're almost out of time. There's a very red pointer in front of me saying we've got just over a minute. So I think I'll just ask the panel if there's any final remarks or things you really want to pick up, but only in a few seconds, that were said by others. First of all, Christoph, we'll just go across again.
I just try to connect some of the major points. First, an observation. I mean, one has to remain clear-headed. I think it happens to all of us. When we go around and talk about climate change these days, you get much less responsiveness, questions, issues from the audience. The level of interest sort of has gone down, maybe not so much in Sweden. And I think one of the major reasons for this is that for years, all of us have been guilty to one extent or another of making 2 points which are just not right. One is that we know how to solve this, renewable CCS, whatever it was. And the second is that it will not be expensive, but could actually be done cheap or at no economic cost. People have realized that's not true. It's going to be a hell of a problem. It's going to be expensive. And so they react accordingly. Secondly, on the role of course, we all would wish sort of major technological breakthroughs. We have case studies with shale where they come from. They follow in energy just like the same pattern like anywhere else in the economy. High prices, scarce resources, competition, you get results. And similar for what the point Fatih made with prices of oil, prices of energy fuels. Like it or not, high prices, including a carbon price, do change things, do have an impact, more than most of the regulations we have come up with so far.
Well, I'll jump in over here. I'd beg to differ. I can tell you there are umpteen opportunities where you can really achieve reduction in emissions and energy use at net negative cost. And we don't have time for me to come up with these examples, but there is a plethora of so many opportunities. So I think for us to say that it's going to be expensive, I'm sorry, it's something that I disagree with entirely, and the analysis very, very clearly shows that you can bring about reduction in emissions and actually gain in economic terms. And I think there are plenty of examples in Europe itself that I'd like to highlight.
Well, into overtime, is there anything you can say in just a soundbite that you wish to add?
10 seconds, maybe.
10 seconds.
We did not talk about efficiency. That's connected to Patri's point. Yeah. Efficiency is central, and that brings multiple benefits.
Okay. Anna-Karin, the last word in 10 seconds.
The last word would be that we know that decision makers, may them be business representatives or politicians, are really facing tough choices and finding the right solutions ahead. The best help we can get is solid facts and truth to be told, because we really need to make sure that the decisions we make are based on the best knowledge that the scientists, the researchers, and the best practices that we have can gather together. And if we can get that, maybe we can move ahead together. But finally, we need a global agreement, but that global agreement should not be an excuse for not taking action today, because we have possibilities to move today in the choices we make for a more sustainable future.
Well, thank you very much. The organizers are going to be very angry because we're 2 minutes over time, but let's thank the panel for their very, very interesting remarks.
Thank you very much, Chris, and all your panelists. I mean, the purpose of these morning sessions was in part to sow seeds for the discussions during the rest of the day, and I think you did that absolutely beautifully. And we do have panels on pretty much every topic that came up during the discussion, so thank you all very much. Now, Anna-Karin Hatt mentioned the need for a concerted EU policy, and we're very fortunate to have with us today Günther Oettinger, the EU Energy Commissioner, and he is going to give a very brief talk before the coffee break. And so I'd like to welcome Günther Oettinger to stage, please.
Hello again.
Thank you.
Director, dear Adam Smith, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to speak to such a distinguished audience today. The European Union has much to thank the Nobel tradition for. Alfred Nobel's call for fraternity between nations presaged the European community. His wishes for the benefit of mankind anticipated the EU's ambitions for the well-being of its people. For over 100 years, Nobel Prize winners have helped to find solutions to the world's most pressing challenges. For over 60 years, the European Union community and now our European Union have followed a similar path. Today, the future of energy is one of the challenges, not just for Europe, but for the world. And the EU is enabling member states and our global partners to develop pragmatic and timely responses. Let me start with global energy demand. Rising demand for the world's limited fossil fuels is a risk to security. In 20 years' time, the National Energy Agency tells us the world could be using almost 1/3 more energy than it does today. Already, access to energy has caused civil strife and war in several continents. The pressure on governments to access new supplies for energy-hungry consumers could cause further explosions. And so, cooperation is essential. The EU represents less than 15% of global energy use. But we depend on the rest of the world for well over half of the energy we use. Europe's role in the global energy debate goes well beyond our share in world markets. It's not only about our needs, but also those of others. The future of energy depends on the EU's external policies. Already in Sudan, Iran, or Central Asia, we are working to ensure that the search for more energy is peaceful. The EU must continue to promote partnership, prosperity, and energy collaboration with countries across the globe, whatever their state of economic development. We have a good track record on this, and our voice is heard, whatever cynics may say. And we must support global efforts to tackle climate change while increasing energy access worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is largely responsible for climate change, but it can also be a major part of the solution. Our ability to deal with climate change will depend on our energy choices. And those energy choices are being made today in Europe, Asia, America, in government offices, in laboratories, in businesses, in households across the globe. All of us in this room today are part of these choices. And the future has to be low carbon. And so we have to have more renewables. I would like renewable energy's share to continue to increase in Europe. A lot needs to happen to ensure that this takes place. Key is the integration of renewables into the overall system. And this requires planning, coordination, and significant investment. I'm in favor of realistic, ambitious targets that are then met on the ground. Europe also has to become much more energy efficient and help the rest of the world to develop using less, much less energy. We need to bring efficient carbon capture and storage to markets so we can burn gas and coal without further damaging the climate. Europe is committed to working with its partners in the United Nations to deliver significant cuts in greenhouse gas emissions within the framework of a strong global agreement. And we want a global energy transformation. This is what we have started in Europe. But an energy transformation brings its own economic and social challenges. How much will it cost? Can we make the changes in time? And who will pay? The Commission's 2050 energy roadmap makes clear that the energy transformation will cost no more and could cost less than business as usual. But that does not disguise the fact that the sums involved are unprecedented, not billions, but trillions of euros in Europe alone. That is why the European Union is determined to complete an open, competitive and integrated energy market as soon as possible. Because competitive markets are the way to get investments moving while keeping prices down. Because open markets encourage new providers, new technologies and new services. And because only integrated markets can ensure that renewable supplies are secure supplies. Europe's energy market now includes over 30 countries, including Norway or Switzerland or West Balkan states. With the right political support and regulatory control, it can become the world's most efficient, low-carbon and intelligent regional energy system. It can be the home for a new generation of energy providers and energy consumers. Consumers who are themselves renewable energy producers. And energy companies who make a profit out of selling less. The energy market, our EU energy market, can bring the investments we need, providing we make it work. This means more European collaboration, not less, less state intervention, not more power to consumers, not to former state-owned utilities. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now come to the role of science, research and technology. In our European Union, Horizon 2020 will offer more funding to energy research than ever before. Just as horizontal drilling, funded by EU research programs 30 years ago, has transformed the prospects for shale gas and changed world markets within a few years. So will European collaboration on fusion, on ITER, fuel cells and smart cities help to offer a more sustainable future to our people and to other nations. It's no coincidence that the EU names its research fellowships after Marie Curie, a winner of not one but 2 Nobel Prizes in physics and in chemistry. At the core of our strategy is an integrated approach. Why? Because although isolated technological advances are a necessary first step, they are not sufficient as they only increase society's prosperity once they are integrated into overall energy systems. We want to bring together policymakers, researchers, industry, the marketing world and users. We want to join up different research communities, energy production and storage, mobility and ICT and the like. Funding for research is increasing from some 7.9 billion in the period 2007 to 2013 and some 9.6 from 2013 up to 2020. On our doorstep in the region of Västra Götaland, hundreds of people in local projects working with people in many other parts of Europe have benefited from this European support. They are building more sustainable communities, more renewable energy and low carbon transport, more efficient buildings and more responsive energy markets. Our energy future will be driven by technology and by those who create and use this technology. Ladies and gentlemen, our energy challenges bring science and society together in Europe and across the globe. European Union cooperation in energy is working to make our energy future more secure, more sustainable, more affordable, more accessible, and more competitive. Working together, the EU is dealing with some of the greatest challenges to our energy future. And EU cooperation with our international partners in 5 continents of the world is promoting energy market reform, access to cleaner energy, and the development of efficient and low-carbon energy technologies. In this way, the European Union is building a new future for energy and helping to bring peace and a better life to people across the world. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for that uplifting vision to end the first half of the morning. Now, we have a coffee break, and thank you for patiently waiting for that. I'd be very grateful if we could get the coffee break done and finished with in no more than 20 minutes. So coffee is just outside the doors there. If you could all be back in here by as close on 12 o'clock as... no, stop that. Yes, 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock as you can manage, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. Again. Oh, I'm not on yet. Oh. Welcome back. Thank you very much indeed for having a quick coffee. And I seem to be failing in my desire to keep people to time. A reflection, last year's Nobel Week Dialogue was on genetics and genomics, and this year is on energy. And it was easier to keep the geneticists on time than the energy experts. I don't know what that means, but it means something. Anyway, if you add 20 minutes to the timings in your program, we're back on track. And I'm going to be tougher now. But the second half of the morning is much like the first half in that we have 3 introductory talks and then a panel discussion, and then, in fact, we have a closing talk. In the first half of the morning, we've concentrated very much on challenges from the societal side, and that will continue to a certain extent this morning, and then we're going to move rather more towards the science side, since this is a science and society meeting. And you'll see that develop during the course of this coming session. But first, it's my great pleasure to welcome Hans Vestberg to give a talk. He is the president and CEO of the Ericsson Group. So, Hans Vestberg.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Nobel laureates. As you might understand, I'm not an energy expert, but I'm here representing the ICT sector, talking about what I think ICT can do for the challenges that we've heard from the previous speakers about CO2 emission and climate change. We are all getting more connected, and what will this connectivity mean for all of us? That's something that I will discuss. Because it is like this, anything that benefits from being connected will be connected in the future. And you can also think about anyone that is connected, their life changes. If everything connects, then the world changes. And that's really what we see in what we call the networked society, the vision for the future of ICT, and which Ericsson is talking a lot about. But it's also a discussion we heard this morning. It might not only be incremental changes. We need changes that are more transformative and sustainable. That's what we need to discuss. We believe we are in the 5th technology revolution, and that's called ICT. So what is ICT? Mobility, broadband, and the cloud. Those 3 forces can basically address and transform many things around us. Everything from us as people to different industries and to our society. We already now see in many places transformation of healthcare by using mobility and broadband, education. So of course, energy is also a large part of what we believe we can support and mitigate. We don't think that we are the only solution. We have heard from the previous speakers there are many other solutions that we need to work on. But definitely we as an industry, we believe that we should talk more about how we can support and discuss the importance of ICT. So where do we stand when it comes to connectivity in the world today? 6.6 billion mobile subscriptions in the world, and roughly 2 billion people having access to internet. 25 years it took us to come here. So now you will understand why we talk about the technology revolution. 2019, 9.3 billion mobile subscriptions in the world. And you are very well educated. You know that that's more subscriptions than people. Yeah, some of us will have more than one. It's not including machine to machine. But the most remarkable that will happen the next 5 years is we're going to have 8 billion mobile broadband subscriptions. I'll say it again, 8 billion mobile broadband subscriptions. That means that 3 times as many people on this earth will have access to internet 5 years from now. 3 times as many. That is how transformative the technology is. 91 to 92% of the Earth population will have mobile coverage by 2019. And not only that, 85% roughly will have 3G or 4G coverage. Think about that as a base of transformation, that coverage and that mobility and that broadband when we talk about ICT. And the areas that we can address together. Because it's all about working together, private, public, and different industries to fight these type of challenges that we see in front of us. So let's start talking about CO2 emission. First of all, the ICT sector needs to work with our CO2 emissions all the time. We stand for 2% of the CO2 emissions in the world today, and we constantly try to innovate on our technology so it uses less and less energy. As an example, if you would buy mobile infrastructure from Ericsson 10 years ago and compare it today, it would use 85% less energy today compared to 10 years ago. And we put up targets all the time. So we as an industry have to work all the time how we can improve efficiency. But not only that, we have together as a sector looked into how can we impact the global CO2 emission. By 2020, we believe that 16.5% of the CO2 emission can be impacted, mitigated by using ICT solutions. And they are sustainable. There are two reasons for it. One is dematerialization of products, and the second is increased efficiency. So, two examples. Dematerialization of products, that's basically that you find a new solution using ICT so the product doesn't exist anymore. Examples, think about the music industry. Produce a lot of CDs. It's much less today. Why? Music is digital, you deliver it digitally, and suddenly you can subscribe to the music instead of buying your own CD. That's a dematerialization of a product. There are many examples of that. Increased efficiency, smart metering, of course. We heard about previous speaker talking about the waste of electricity. Of course, smart metering is one. Remote healthcare, digital education, all of that can also support, of course, a lower usage of CO2 emissions in the world. And that's what we're working with constantly to see how can we together work to address those challenges. And we believe that we can contribute and be a partner to avoid 16.5% of the CO2 emission. We also think about beyond people. So beyond people means that we can connect any device to another device. Remember what I said in the beginning. Anything that benefits from being connected will be connected in the future. We have a vision in Ericsson that it's going to be 50 billion connected devices by 2020. So then we need to think, first of all, will all those connections also drive up the CO2 emissions? So I asked the Ericsson research to look into, if we connect 1 billion devices in the world, and usually all these devices exist, it's more to get in the connectivity. How much CO2 emission would it be? Fairly little it would be. But the possibility to actually address CO2 emission by having connectivity, connected cars, smart grids, home security, whatever, that today is using a more analog solution, is quite far wider than the small connectivity that it needs for all the devices that we're connecting. And that's how we need to think. And if you think about this list, these are some areas that we believe are the first areas that's going to use ICT to really finding efficiencies and reducing CO2 emission. Not only that, they will probably create efficiencies in other ways. Consumer relationship, new business models, as I spoke about earlier when it comes to music, for example. But it requires one thing that we've heard of today. It's going to be a multi-stakeholder discussion. Private, public, different industries, because we need to learn from other industries how they are thinking about it. I spend more and more time meeting leaders from different industries, transport, logistics, healthcare, etc., to understand how do we need to build the networks in the future so you can take advantage of it and reduce the CO2 emission and be more efficient. But it also means that you need to talk to governments and discuss with governments how these policies has to be set up and that ICT is actually a key player. And that's why I'm, together with many others, are working as advocates in the Broadband Commission, etc., discussing the impact of ICT. Just want to round it up and talk about what we also heard from Karl-Henrik Svamer in the beginning. A lot of the CO2 emission is then concentrated as well. And the concentration is, of course, in big cities. UN made studies recently where 70% of all the CO2 emission is coming from cities. And we all know also that the urbanization is just continuing. By 2050, estimation is that 70% of all people on Earth will live in cities. These cities need to be sustainable, livable, and they need to have infrastructure. So here we have even more challenges to use actually the ICT in order to avoid all these challenges that will be created. And I think, again, that shows the importance of working together crossover. And as I said in the beginning, I'm not an energy expert. I represent the ICT sector, what we can do and how we can work together in order to mitigate and offset some of these challenges that we have on CO2 emission. By that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. So the topic of energy access has come up a few times, and I'm delighted to say that we have an introductory presentation addressing that specific issue from Richenda van Looyen, who's Director for the Energy Access Initiative at the UN Foundation. And we're particularly grateful to Richenda for coming because she recently had a bad accident, which has really curtailed her travel schedule, and she was supposed to be in Ethiopia earlier this week, but is not there. But she made a special effort to be here, so I'd like you to welcome Richenda to the stage, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, Nobel laureates. We've heard already this morning about the challenge of energy access and that 1.2 to 1.3 billion people still have no access to electricity today. And some 3 billion people are still using solid fuels for cooking over open fires as well as rudimentary cook stoves. Why does that matter, you might ask? Well, in fact, we've learned that energy is essential. It's essential for development, and sustainable energy is essential for sustainable development. Today, harmful smoke from cooking and from kerosene-based lighting kills more than 4 million people per year. That's actually more people than die from diseases like malaria. What does this mean? Energy poverty is not only dirty. The emissions that come from kerosene, from the black carbon and the smoke from cook stoves, it's also dangerous. As I mentioned, many people die because of the poor quality of the energy that they have, but it's also expensive. If you are a poor family, you may be spending 30% of your monthly income on the low quality of the energy that you are receiving, which means that you cannot read very well in the evening, you cannot extend your business hours to work in the evening. It means that you may be inhaling the smoke every day as if you were smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. It means that you may be suffering from bronchitis or pneumonia or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It may be that you are also risking your life or your daughter's life because she has to go out to forage for firewood every day and risks rape. It also may be that you're living in one of the areas with the 200,000 health clinics, according to the World Health Organization, that still has no access to electricity. It's unsurprising that the countries with the highest levels of maternal mortality today are also some of the countries in the rural areas with the lowest access to energy. It means that you can't refrigerate your vaccines, but it also means that the doctors and nurses, if they are there, can't see light, don't have the power to be able to operate the life-saving mechanisms to be able to help to save the lives of mothers during childbirth, to help deliver the medicines to children and families and communities during a cholera outbreak or other such emergencies. Because of this and the recognition, in fact, that energy is one of the essential enablers for development, in 2011, the United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon launched a new initiative called the Sustainable Energy for All Initiative that really seeks to draw attention to these issues. It has 3 key goals. The first one is assuring universal access to modern energy services by the year 2030. The second one that we've already heard about this morning is critically important, is helping to double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency year on year. And the third one is helping to double the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix. We've been joined by the World Bank. President Jim Kim has joined with the United Nations in an unprecedented alliance and partnership between the World Bank and the UN system in support of this initiative. We've also had tremendous support from many countries, including Sweden and other countries in the OECD and the developing world for this, such that the United Nations General Assembly has declared 2014 to 2024 as a decade of sustainable energy for all. And doing this work, thanks to the analysis of the IEA and others, is consistent with what we need to do to help reduce CO2 emissions around the world. So bringing access to electricity and access to energy for the people who don't have it, according to the IEA, about 40% of the solution can be delivered using grid extension. But we still have about 1 billion people, even though they have the grid, don't have the electrons sustainably running through the grid. So grid alone can be very helpful and is necessary, but it's not going to get us there. Additionally, the IEA has modeled that some 60% of the solution is likely to be delivered by mini grids or microgrids, and also by standalone solar solutions. Interestingly, we've already heard about fossil fuel subsidies and renewable energy subsidies. The solar panel in the top right-hand corner in India, in the state of Karnataka, was delivered to that family with no subsidy, and they paid for it. Through providing energy services, we can not only provide the electricity itself, but we can also help to bring about a transformation in delivering healthcare into the places that need it most. We can also help people to improve their standard of living. Energy services and access to energy for communities, even just lighting, without even talking about all of the other elements like solar-powered irrigation and other elements that can help improve business and improve agriculture, increases the family income by about 15%. We also see that through improvements in technologies, we can reduce the health effects of cook stove smoke and provide cleaner kitchens and household environments for families, saving the lives of women and their children. We also see there's been a transformation. We're talking about a sea change and transformation, that even with small-scale solar lighting technologies, and this one, in fact, came out of a design class at Stanford University, so for the students in the room, you can be transforming the world positively through your graduate school and beyond. These small-scale solutions help children to be able to read in the evening, and we've seen that there's a benefit for education to them being able to do that. So how do we do that? Well, we've already got the support of over 80 countries for sustainable energy for all. We've got commitments already from thousands of business, both large, we've heard like corporates like Ericsson, but also small businesses, civil society organizations, because it takes all of us to be able to do this. There is an existing energy market for the poor, but it's expensive. About $37 billion per year are still spent on kerosene lighting. It's inefficient. It provides very low quality energy services to poor communities, to poor households. And we can do better. We have the technologies already. Although we need improved technologies, particularly on the energy storage side, with today's technologies, we can deliver transformational change to poor communities and poor families. But we need the financing, we need the markets, we need the distribution channels, we need the appropriate quality in terms of standards, and also in the after-sales maintenance of the solution sets that we deliver. We can do it, but it's a challenge and it's one that's going to take us all. I invite you to join us in this journey and to help bring the energy access that's so sorely needed in the communities and the homes around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and Richenda will be joining, of course, a panel specifically dedicated to energy access this afternoon. Now we move into a part of the program which is really looking at the scientific underpinnings of energy. And in a short while, we're going to have a panel discussion. But first, it's my pleasure to introduce David Gross, who is one of the 2004 Nobel laureates in physics, who's going to give a talk describing some of the the Nobel Prize-related scientific anniversaries that underpin this meeting. And you may have seen something about those on the website already. So, David Gross. Welcome.
Well, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here and to make the case for basic science, which is what actually most of the Nobel Prizes have been given for. Now, when you're a 112-year-old institution, as the Nobel Prize is, you have many anniversaries to celebrate every year. And this year is no exception, and I will try to make the case for basic science and its impact on our world and its contribution to solving our problems by briefly discussing 3 anniversaries that occur in the year 2013. The first is not Niels Bohr's Nobel Prize, but the year 1913 when he put forward his model of the atom, which in many ways could be regarded as the birth of quantum mechanics, which has changed our conception of the world and is the basis of much of modern technology. The year 1913 is also the year that Onnes received the Nobel Prize for the discovery of superconductivity, which already 100 years later has vast applications and will continue to do so, I believe. And those are 100-year anniversaries, but we tend to count universities in multiples of 25. 75 years ago, Enrico Fermi, on his way from Rome, escaping fascism to the United States, picked up the Nobel Prize for his work on slow neutron-induced nuclear reactions. There are actually many other anniversaries I could bring up. Some will occur along the way. But first, let's start with the birth of quantum mechanics, which is sort of hard to date since it began. All of these fellows, Planck, Einstein, received Nobel Prizes in various years, not divisible by 25. Niels Bohr, Heisenberg, Schrödinger, Dirac. The average of these dates is 1913, when Bohr constructed his revolutionary model of the atom, and therefore it's fair to regard this as the birth of quantum mechanics, a new, still hard to explain and to grasp for many, vision of physical reality, which has enabled us to explore the atom and beyond, and to apply that knowledge to an incredible set of phenomena and applications. This is the Nobel website fact sheet about Niels Bohr, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1922. But indeed, it was the Bohr atom, as I remarked, that led within a short period of maybe 12 years to the birth of quantum mechanics as we still know it today, and to the work of Heisenberg and Schrödinger and Dirac. And they were awarded the Nobel Prize 80 years ago, another anniversary. Now, quantum mechanics is a deep conceptual revolution in the way we think about the world with it, and as Heisenberg famously says in the play Copenhagen, it works, it works, it works. But it also has uses, and it really arguably required the deep knowledge of the quantum mechanical structure of physical reality to invent the laser as well as the transistor and certainly integrated circuits and many, many other applications of our knowledge of ordinary matter based on quantum mechanics. to revolutionize the world and be the basis for modern technology. The 100th year anniversary of Onus's discovery that when you cool mercury down to temperatures he could achieve because of his development of new techniques of cooling, to temperatures around 4 degrees above absolute zero, the resistance suddenly drops to zero. The discovery of superconductivity is a great example of an accidental discovery of basic science, science driven by curiosity and exploration, to discover a phenomena which no one ever dreamed of, that of the complete loss of electrical resistance, which has already had enormous applications and will have more. Some related to energy or the cost of transporting energy around. Some related to methods of transportation at lower energy costs and pollution reducing, such as magnetic levitation, which allows one to have fast trains with greater energy efficiency. And my favorite application, of course, is the ability with superconducting wires to construct electromagnets, which are extraordinarily powerful and can enable us to create large magnetic fields, which, with the aid of MRI, another outcome of pure curiosity-driven research, can help us detect, see inside the human body, and produce magnets strong enough in the Atlas. This is an example of, these are toroidal magnets in the Atlas detector at CERN, which were instrumental in discovering the Higgs boson, this year's Nobel Prize. 75 years ago, Enrico Fermi won the Nobel Prize for the development of slow neutron techniques in initiating nuclear reactions. The applications of this came very fast. Only a few years later, Fermi led a team that created the first controlled nuclear reaction, chain reaction, at the University of Chicago, then the bomb, and nuclear power, which is still, except for the sometimes irrational behavior of governments, should be an important component of our energy policy. I could go on and on with examples, but I don't have time. Let me address the issues that we face here. In my opinion, there are three causes of the issues that we address here. Everything is driven by population growth and poverty. Eventually, we have finite energy resources, finite energy fossil fuel resources. And even if we could solve both of those problems, our present method of producing energy is leading to global warming and pollution. So we're addressing the question of how science and society should respond. Now, I'm an optimist. I think most successful physicists are optimists. The pessimists tend to drop out along the way. The only ones remaining are optimists. So when I look at the world population, this looks pretty awful. It obviously can't continue, and actually it isn't continuing. The annual growth rate of population peaked in the 1950s and is declining, and is projected to decline even further. And that's the basis, of course, of the reassuring projections that the world population will saturate, maybe even decline, and somewhere around 5 to 10 billion. As far as energy consumption goes, we've seen the curves from others about the great increase of energy consumption over the last 2 centuries, most of it in non-renewable and dirty fossil fuels. However, the energy consumption per capita is saturating, in the developing countries, and that's very reassuring. If it wasn't for the effects on the environment, we could probably solve our problems, the remaining problems of poverty, and bring the rest of the world up to our standards. The real problem we face, therefore, in my opinion, has to do with the connection of this growth with pollution and global warming. And the answer to I think to any physicist is obvious. All of the energy we use, one way or another, comes from the sun. The sun produces 10 to the 17 watts that fall on the surface of the Earth. Some of it is used up by the biomass in producing the food we eat, the clothes we wear. And over millions of years, the fossil fuels we're consuming at an incredible rate. The rest of it goes into wind, river, and tides, useful on their own. Some is radiated away. But there's an incredible amount left to be exploited in solar energy. And there's no question that eventually that will be more directly than indirectly the major source of energy for humanity in the coming centuries. Now, again, I'm optimistic. I think we are clearly moving in the direction of making renewable solar energy, or via rivers and wind, tides, a major component of our energy consumption. And I flash here a slide that I stole from the next speaker, Steve Chu, which describes the growth and projected growth in the efficiency of photovoltaics. All of this is really technology that is foreseeable and understandable and achievable without question. How fast it moves more depends on markets and investments than on physics. But I'd like to make the point that more science, R&D, is needed. There is first the kind of science and technology, research and development, that is based on well-understood principles of physics and our understanding of the world. Storage, biofuels, methods of increasing the efficiency of our current energy consumption. Capture and sequester perhaps will be needed of CO2. But also, in addition to these obvious directions, curiosity-driven basic science. And the reason is that there is absolutely no way that you can predict tomorrow's technology. You can talk about the new discoveries that might happen, but you can't predict them. To quote a not particularly favored politician of mine, Maggie Thatcher, she said, although basic science can have colossal economic rewards, they are totally unpredictable. And therefore, the rewards cannot be judged by immediate results. The greatest economic benefits of scientific research have always resulted from advances in fundamental knowledge rather than the search for specific applications. Transistors, which made the internet possible, were not discovered by the entertainment industry, but by people working on wave mechanics and solid-state physics. And nuclear energy was not discovered by oil companies with large budgets seeking alternative forms of energy, but scientists like Einstein and Rutherford. So I asked myself, why is it that basic science, curiosity-driven science, is so effective? Why can't we just take orders from companies, politicians, and go out and develop the necessary tools? Why do we have to do it so indirectly and with such long timelines? And I tried to be poetic. Nature is a jealous mistress who shares her mysteries reluctantly. And our best strategy, time-tested, is to approach her with wonder and to constantly test our ideas about her beauty. And finally, as a physicist, I can tell you that more than science is needed. We, in my opinion, must build an economic and political system. And this is really hard, since economics and politics, in my opinion, are not science. We must build an economic and political system that, first of all, is more robust and able to deal with the inevitable effects of climate change, because we know they're coming and some are here. And we live in a global world, interconnected, and it appears to me rather fragile to rather small variations in markets and in weather. And finally, ultimately, we must deal with the political economic question of how to build a society that is not so dependent on unlimited consumption and growth. Thank you.
Thank you, David. If I can ask you to stay out here, because we're now going to continue to explore the value of fundamental science in a panel discussion entitled The Unexpected Contributions of Curiosity. So, David, if you want to come and sit down, and if the other panelists want to come out, we're going to seat, it's a rather unique panel. We have 6 Nobel laureates here, and we're going to seat them in alphabetical order, rather in a school-like way. So, please, come out. Stephen, you're here. Have to work this out. David, would you? If I'm getting it right, I'm probably getting the alphabetical order. Come and sit down, please. I think we have Alan Higa and Carlo Rubio in the audience, so would you like to come up to the stage? Good. Good. I can't work out what alphabetical order is. Can you, Robert? Oh, it doesn't matter. Higa. Thank you. Mario? Nico. And Carlo here, please. So, thank you. So of course, please. Oh, no, you're right. You have your microphone. Please have a seat. So, I'll hand over the panel in a second, but I just wanted to say that, Stephen Chu, David Gross, Alan Higa, Hartmut Mikkel, Mario Molina, and Carlo Rubio were, of course, all awarded their Nobel Prizes for fundamental research, which was not directly connected with the energy questions we're discussing today. But I think it's safe to say that they are 6 of among the, say, 8 or 9 Nobel laureates in the world today who are most actively involved in discussing the future of energy. So we're extremely privileged to have them with us today. And Robert Digraph, who is the director of the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, has very kindly agreed to moderate this panel on the unexpected contributions of curiosity. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, for this introduction, and David for the wonderful speech introducing this subject. I think actually it's quite an interesting experiment to have this critical mass of laureates together. I'm almost thinking that they might disappear in a black hole. Too much talent brought together. But I think actually it's also great that we are addressing a topic that in some sense even larger than the topic of energy, where the Nobel Dialogue Week is dedicated to today. The cause of basic research, its position at this very moment, as David indicated, at the same time perhaps research that is responsible to many of the issues that we are confronted with, but also definitely part of the solution. And actually, the first director of my own institute, Abram Flexner, he wrote in the 1920s a beautiful essay. The title was The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge. And I think that that title still captures a lot that we will be discussing today. It also tells us that this topic has been around with us for a long time. Tremendous opportunity to have some discussion among you, but I first want to have the other 5 panelists to give the occasion for some brief opening remarks, and we do just this in random, that is to say alphabetical order. And Steve Chu, can I ask you to say a few words?
Well, picking up from the theme of curiosity-driven research and what it leads to, I can draw from my own experiences. For example, when I was cooling and trapping atoms with light, I knew of one application that I was going to head for, and that is when the atoms were cold, you can make better atomic clocks. Atomic clocks are the basis for the most accurate measurements in all of science, and so it was a well-known target. But after me and my colleagues and also other groups around the world discovered that this was a very useful technology, it led to many things that were not anticipated. For example, in my group, it led to a new way of splitting the atom apart, bringing it back together to form a very precise measurement tool. It's called an atom interferometer. Little did I suspect years later that this interferometric measure of gravity would actually will be used and is being used right now, not in this particular form, but likely to be used to actually measure, and I'll talk about a little bit, environmental changes in the Earth. Measuring gravity tells you whether glaciers are shrinking or growing. It tells you about water tables in the Earth. Totally unexpected. The impact on biology was also totally unexpected. When I got to Stanford, we had held on to atoms, we held on to single cells with light. And when I got to Stanford, I said, could we hold on to individual molecules? And if we could, what could we do with it? And that led to an explosion into a different field, single molecule research that is continues to gather strength after almost 3 decades. Brought me into biology and into biomedicine, and now the majority of my time is actually spent in biology, biomedicine, when I'm not thinking about energy.
Terrific. And how good to realize at this moment that all of you, often we are in these discussions about basic research, but we do realize that all of you made this tremendous contribution. It's really your personal experience, actually, that are in some sense putting as evidence here on the table. Professor Heger, what your thoughts about this topic?
I remember sitting in my office, a discussion with a young postdoc. We had been, of course, studying the optical properties of semiconducting polymers, the discovery for which we were rewarded with the Nobel Prize. We'd been studying those for many years then. And then out came the fullerenes, the great discovery of Smalley, Curl, and Croteau. And just literally out of curiosity, what would happen if we mixed them? Mm-hmm. I mean, it was almost as naive and simple as that. Did not have a clear idea of where we were going. So we just did it. And we discovered ultra-fast electron transfer, that you could get electron transfer in a time scale 4 orders of magnitude faster than the first step in photosynthesis. There's no competing reaction that goes that fast. So we saw that as the basis for making a solar cell. And we were making solar cells, plastic solar cells. We're now up to 12%, not good enough. But we see the way to, I know what's wrong, I know what to fix. We'll be at 20%.
And can you just explain how long was the time period from, say, the first idea to where you're right now with these?
20 years, 22 years.
Yeah. Which is even...
Science goes slowly.
Relatively short compared to the 100-year anniversaries that Dave was mentioning.
But, you know, scientists should never lose one's nerve to try something new, and never lose never lose one's curiosity.
Thank you, Professor Mikael. And perhaps you have also some advice to young researchers that are looking at our discussion here.
Actually, we are talking here about curiosity, and I think we as scientists should be pretty grateful to society that it allows us to do our basic research. And we are like little children. Little children like to explore everything, find out how it works, and we are allowed to be little children despite the fact that we are getting old. And if we see, of course, we had already beautiful examples for the values of basic research presented by David Cross and our significant, of course, transistors and lasers, everything which came out of that with great importance. What I think, of course, the basic applications will come out from the basic research in chemistry and physics, also in medicine, in biomedicine. But the biomedicine, the way to the application is much, much shorter, because when you discover a new protein and its function, you know you can identify the disease relation, you can try to activate or to block this protein and to cure the diseases. So the way for application is pretty short in biomedicine. But there are other disciplines where there is no application. I like to read about archaeology. I like to read paleontology, and I'm particularly impressed by sequencing the DNA of bones, which are now examples 800,000 years old, a frozen bone in Alaska, and there are human bones from Spain, where more than 100,000 years old, and you can do the DNA sequencing and deduce, find answers to questions about the evolution of the human being. Very important, but no application. And I also think astronomy is very nice, but there is not much application. And I was pretty much surprised recently about the discovery that new stars are born in the neighborhood of black holes. And I think this discovery will give the theoretical physicists a headache. And, and I wonder with what kind of explanations they will come up.
Well, thank you also for highlighting the fact that applications can be beyond simple, economical or societal. They could be cultural, just our understanding in the world. David, you wanted to respond?
I just wanted to say that radioactive dating, of course, was an application of radioactivity discovered totally accidentally, and many Nobel Prizes were awarded for that.
And of course, a very important field for getting Nobel Prize is method development. And if you look back, probably at least 1/3, maybe even more than 1/3, have been awarded for the development of novel technologies, novel methods. And if you want to get a Nobel Prize as a young student, you should go into method development. Your chance is much higher. And if you look for serendipity, difficulty.
Yes.
If you are the lucky person, you have many other people. So method development, highest chance.
I feel we are almost naturally going into your field, Professor Molina, with deep time and the future. What are your thoughts about curiosity and basic research?
Well, first, just like my colleague Harmut, even when I was a child, 10, 11 years old, it was curiosity that really made me sort of love science. I was fascinated with science. But then eventually, after finishing studies and so on and so forth, I stumbled across a problem with my colleague Sherry Rowland, really out of pure curiosity. What happens to certain industrial chemicals that were piling up in the atmosphere? If nothing else, I thought, gee, it might be just bad manners just to use the atmosphere as a waste dump. But of course, we did not foresee, and what we found, starting with this curiosity question, is that these compounds that were miracle chemicals, they were developed because they were extremely stable to replace toxic refrigerants. But that's the reason why they could go all the way to the stratosphere and affect the ozone layer. But maybe what I want to stress is that curiosity is, of course, so important. We heard all about it in marvelous ways. But the complement is also terribly important. Applied science, applied research, and to follow, again, my own experience. After we discovered that this was potentially quite nasty, in fact, there was additional research that proved that. But then we had to work first with industry. They developed other chemicals that was very much applied research. but also with economists. Maybe that's not a science, according with my colleague David, but it can be rational nevertheless, and it can be terribly important, and politics. And all this led to the Montreal Protocol, which essentially solved the problem of the stratospheric.
You have been, in some sense, extremely fortunate that you had both a wonderful basic discovery, but you also were part of a solution, I mean, which in many ways is seen as a model for addressing bigger issues. Your personal involvement all the way through, was that an important ingredient?
Well, an important ingredient was to keep trying, although the research itself, the science leading to worries about stratospheric ozone depletion, that occurred very fast, but then it took literally decades before the solution actually was at hand. But it gives me hope. That's the only other global environmental problem that has really happened very clearly, and climate change is because of that very much connected. But I see very important analogies, and but here again, more from the applied portion, perhaps having some difference with some of the conclusions this morning, at least with some of the panels. I think economics here is terribly important because just like in the case of stratospheric ozone depletion, some of the best models that I know of, Nick Stearns and others, they tell us it's relatively cheap, 1 or 2% of global GDP, so I differ that it's very costly. It's certainly much cheaper than to pay for the consequences. Okay? And it's something that can be done, but politics is in between. So here, we scientists have not done a good job of communicating the nature of the problem, because society at large still doubts whether science is pro or con. But in any event, we have much to learn from success stories, and we have much to learn from working as scientists, but really learning, it's partly curiosity as well, but learning other disciplines, politics, how society functions, economics, and so on. That's why I'm optimistic. I think some of the problems we know now, like in the United States, the Congress that would not ratify the treaty at the moment, I believe sooner or later, in a few years, they will no longer live in the age of astrology, and hence rationality will come with us, and we will begin to solve a problem, putting a price on emissions. So we just, as scientists, we just have to keep working very hard. We have to be patient, and we've shown that that can be done.
Thank you. Finally, Professor Rubio, I think experimental particle physics, it's sometimes seen as a field perhaps most removed from everyday problems.
Particle physics, even worse.
Yes. What's your view on the role of curiosity in basic research?
I want to say a lot of things have already been said. I mean, we heard a nice presentation before, then the presentation. So I will try to concentrate on those things which have somehow left behind. And of course, my interest is the unexpected contribution to curiosity as a theme. And I think that curiosity is one of the deepest instincts of the human mind. It is curiosity which has pushed the whole process of evolution from the beginning to today. It is curiosity which has permitted us to discover the moon, for instance. Nothing else but curiosity. The best example of curiosity is a child. A child has a toy. And it is interesting for him, essentially because it attracts his curiosity, up to the point to break it at a certain moment to understand how it works. Understand how it's made is often more important than the possibility to play with it. This is one of the most important properties of curiosity, to accept, to lose something which belongs to the child in order to respond to the necessity and the courage to comprehend the effect. Now, it is quite clear that the man has the need to comprehend, to understand, but he also wants to invent and to construct for himself and for the others. And this is what construction is, what's called technology. But in order to construct, we have to know and to preview, foresee. And from that, then essentially a universal bind between science and technology, between knowledge and invention. There is an important connection between the technological evolution of a modern society and the corresponding biological evolution. Any new development driven by innovation replaces the old one in this perfect analogy with the biological evolution, in which a new development replaced the existing element. It is clear that we are in front of one important element, which is today the globalization. And globalization is going to change a lot of things. A lot of things will happen. And many people are concerned about the fact that the globalization may bring a uniformization of all activity. Everybody becomes equal no matter what happens. But this is, of course, completely wrong. Because this diversification, it's a strong generator of new ideas and new solutions. And in fact, I believe that the diversification between cultural roots of each of us will be the generator of new ideas and innovation. It's just because of the fact that everybody is different from each other that we get the differences which bring the new. There is a place for every one of us in the world. It's our job, our responsibility to acquire it. Let me say one more thing because I finished. That's the question of the ability of mankind to accept such a quick variation dominated by novel technologies. It's most likely that one part of our society may remain behind this process of evolution. And therefore, you are going to have the risk of a new generation of technological illiterate, which will add themselves to the normal illiterate and will cause big differences, big problems for the mankind of us. And that implies one thing, education and formation, which are absolutely fundamental, associated with science, because without them, we'll not be able to ensure a uniformity within the globalization.
Thank you for these remarks, and I think actually this would be probably the worst panel to have a serious disagreement about the value of basic research. But you pointed out, several things were pointed out that in some sense would encourage more basic research. The globalization, the technological aspects, the understanding of the role of science. On the other hand, people might also argue that we are not living in the best of times for basic research. So if I just come see what are the ideas that you have that could possibly change, or how should we build an ecosystem that is maximally supportive of basic research and talent? And what are your thoughts about this? Are we moving in the right direction? See?
Well, I think it's neither one or the other. We should always let basic research thrive. But there are certain instances, you know, I spent 9 years at Bell Laboratories. Most of the research there was not basic research. But what was true, it was if someone found something interesting, management would say, go, run with it. There were certainly a number of us who would say, let us go and do whatever interests you. But most of the work was actually targeted. And if you think of the stupendous things that came out of Bell Laboratories, for example, just the invention of information theory.
Yes.
That had something behind it. They really wanted to know how to send signals down a noisy line. The invention of transistor was very directed. Those vacuum tubes were burning out. They wanted a solid-state amplifier and solid-state switch, and so it was targeted research.
But that Bell Labs isn't no longer with us, right?
But I'm just speaking in terms of basic research and applied research, that they both really do go hand in hand. But other things can't be targeted. Discovery of superconductivity, things of that nature, the discovery of quantum mechanics. You've just got to let that happen. But once you have these tools, you can actually use those. So regardless of whether there can be a Bell Labs today or not, I think it's not one or the other. You certainly have to let basic research thrive.
But it's part of this much bigger chain.
Yeah,
David.
But I think the stimulus for asking new questions can be both come from obvious problems, targeted research, and from just exploration in the dark. What is really needed, however, and was correct at Bell Labs, was true in Bell Labs and in many of the institutions that we all have belonged to, is freedom. Freedom to pursue those ideas, sort of not thinking about immediate return or, and as Energy Secretary, bureaucracy. The biggest enemy I see locally for basic sciences in the United States is not so much the level of support, the dollar amount, but the fact that it is not cheap and therefore must be supported. Its benefits are largely social benefits, which must be supported by the governments and not going to be supported by private, and that does lead to inevitable bureaucracies, which are anathema to basic research.
Professor Rubio.
Well, I just want to mention, sorry, I'm losing my voice, a simple argument, namely that out of the 7 billion people which are today alive, you can compare them with the totality of the people which ever live on Earth, from the beginning, from the day in which we came down from the tree, and this is about 70 million. So about 10% of the population ever lived in the history of mankind is alive today. And this is an exceptional condition which changes totally the problems and the solutions. Because to realize that we have, if you add to that the fact that we now are completely globalized, the communication exists, we are connecting to it, the connectivity is increased to a tremendous amount. 10% of the world population ever existed with the connectivity we have today must be able to solve the problems that is ahead of us.
Would you argue that, I mean, all of you did research in wonderful environments. The present generation, would they have these kind of opportunities?
We have a big, enormous responsibility, but also enormous opportunity. Because these are unique conditions which never, the history of mankind was never there. We never be having no war, no very clear growing level of of living. We strive, presumably we are solving most of our problems. But the important fact is that we also are also interconnected, which have never been so much in the past. All those things are clearly an enormous opportunity for us to come up with a positive statement. So I would be very optimistic about the possibility that mankind will, one way or the other, use this challenge, use this solution, and come up to some kind of situation which will be very different than the one we are today. Mm-hmm. Because changes will be enormous, but it has to be handled. But I think we'll be able to handle them.
Professor Molina,
yes.
And then Professor.
Yes, what I believe is also quite clear, coming back to our friends, the economists. Just empirically, the countries whose economies are doing very well and have done very well have invested a lot in basic science and technology. Mm-hmm. That's just empirical. Now, we could try to ask why. Obviously, innovation is a crucial part of that. That's the word in the United States. If you start cutting on this type of funds.
But then, sometimes with long time horizons.
Yes,
they would say that we
but
have
that's
to look
crucial.
50, 100 years.
I mean, we were just listening the 100th anniversary of some crucial discoveries. If we start having short-term horizons, then we are not doing justice to whatever we were inheriting from earlier scientists. But there's another very important fact, which is just, again, very empirical, and that's education. Mm-hmm. A lot of research is carried out in universities, and the best research is carried out in connection, students carried out with faculty. Many of us Nobel Prize winners have students and so on. So it's another way to guarantee the quality of education. So there are so many factors. You could call them empirical, some short-term, some long-term. Hey, but most people invest in educating their children, even their grandchildren. They're not going to see what happens to that in 1 or 2 generations. But nobody thinks, no, let them worry about it. So it's obvious that to me, that we should keep investing to continue with economic growth, but also to guarantee that it will be there.
Thank you for highlighting that it's very human to think of the long term.
That's human value. Yes. That's not science. That comes from human values.
Alan.
I wanted to return to the comment that you made about communication.
Yes.
When I was very young, undergraduate, and trying to decide trying to decide what I should do with my life, I went to a physics professor whom I greatly respected, and very naively asked him, what does it take to be successful as a physicist? And he answered me by saying, how are your grades in English? And I was surprised. And he went on, and he said, communication is the whole thing. If you don't get your results out, that people can understand them, then it's meaningless. But now I want to take it to the next point, because we do well as scientists communicating among ourselves. We go to meetings, we publish our papers, we read even some of them. But we do not, I would say empirically, we do not communicate well enough with the governments.
Well, I think this is an extremely important point, because there were already things said about economists, politicians, but there's also the general public in some sense, or the voters or consumers.
Yes.
And I think certainly very appropriate today, which is very much also about a dialogue, how we can kind of speak to that bigger constituency. So are we able to explain the role of curiosity in basic science? How can we connect? What can we do better in terms of reaching out?
I want to make a very short remark.
Yes.
I think we should all learn from Machiavelli. Machiavelli already had all the answers to these problems. And he says the political person which has advice before the others is the one going to be the winner. Mm-hmm. Because when you see something everybody understands, it's too late to find a cure. And the cure is only possible, only few people know it. Seems to me this is an important message, that we should transmit to the political people the necessity to realize things before the public follows them. They have to be ahead of them.
Have to be ahead.
This is what Machiavelli said, it's still true today.
They might read ahead, yes. David.
Well, I think in order to engage and convince the public or society of the importance of curiosity in basic science, most important thing we could do is make sure that their curiosity is not stifled in K to 12 in school.
It's often switched off, right?
It's often, you know.
But there is another point which seems to be important. Most of the ideas and problems ahead of us are ideas of long range. They represent developing cancer development or any development we think of is 20, 30, 40 years' time, over which you need a steady, constant support. Yes. Unfortunately, the political world is localized to the time period, which is much shorter than that. And 3 or 4 years for scientific development, new ideas is very short, it's too short. Not only that, but most of the politicians are concentrating themselves, allow me to say, much more to the mass media, which have even a time scale, which is even shorter, rather than worrying about the necessity of taking a steady condition which will persist from one person to one system to the next.
I see many remarks. You get all your first. Yes, David, and then Professor Nico.
You were in the midst to finish my point, yes. Which was that unless we improve education of science in basic education, we're never going to be able to convince the general public of the truth of our observations. We're just going to find some gimmick, and other people can find those gimmicks who are misinformed. Yes. And we see that, for example, in the U.S. Congress. I mean, it is amazing how ill-informed the representatives of the people are. I can't believe that those ill-informed people got a good science education in schools. They couldn't.
You have lots of experience. I'll return to you in a moment. Professor Nico.
Well, that's the most important point, that the general public also needs a good basic scientific knowledge. Without that, we cannot communicate. Right. If I'm an Indian and I talk to people and they don't know what an amino acid is, I cannot talk about biomedicine. So there is clearly basic knowledge. If people don't know what an electron is, I'm lost. So I get questions, what is the color of an electron? And things like this, which is, of course, difficult to answer. But now I want to turn to a different issue in order to make research, what about the structure of a research system should be. And for that, we need actually positions for scientists also when they are 40 or 50. We don't only need postdocs. We have to give the PhD students and the postdocs a perspective in the scientific research system. And we do not have this in appropriate amount in Europe. In the United States is better, but in Germany it's not good, because the chance that you can stay in research for a PhD student is maybe 2 or 3%.
So also long-term thinking for research careers.
Long-term thinking for research careers is very, very important. We clearly have to improve that.
I just want to turn to you, Steve, because you're uniquely qualified that with your experience as Secretary of Energy, you have seen this debate about science policy, in particular, on the interface of energy from both sides. So,
yes,
any wise lessons there to be shared with us?
I hate to be pessimistic, but I don't think a good K-12 education is the only thing that's needed. I think the debate in Washington today, a major debate, is whether climate change is real. Is it really happening? What's the chance it was caused by humans? Now, to most scientists who pay close attention to the developments in the science, it is not a debate. It is the same as saying that the medical community was debating that there is a very strong correlation between cigarette smoking and lung cancer. But there are a lot of people, at least out there, saying we're not absolutely sure, there's no real proof, it's going to be very expensive, so why do this if there's no real proof? And the issue is much more complicated than that. A lot has to do with, and this goes back to something which Gregory Peck said in To Kill a Mockingbird. In order to understand someone, you have to walk around in their shoes. Mm-hmm. And if you're walking around in the shoes of someone who wants to get reelected, yes. and there are companies that say, we will be glad to support your reelection, but here's some talking points that we want you to think about. And this does influence people. The real issue, though, is in the end, the data has to win out. The data really has to say, okay, this is really happening. But in many cases, and the most discouraging thing is, some of the opponents aren't skeptical that climate is changing. They're actually trying to defund those instruments like satellites that take the data.
So they prevent almost the evidence being shown.
Yes, absolutely. And so it's not that they're skeptical, they just don't want to know the answer. And so I think in the end...
They don't want to know because they already know.
They already know the answer. I think it's like after tobacco companies were doing research in the 40s and 50s, after that they began to know the answer, so they defunded their own research. Okay, but to defund the research of the Department of Energy, of NASA, of NOAA, that is getting a little bit beyond the pale. I think the American public has to know that we want to know the data, we want to know the answer, and sooner is better than later. And this is something that's very important. It's not a matter of trying to convince some recalcitrant congressmen. In the end, it was the American public that said to Congress, yes, cigarette smoking appears to be dangerous. We're going to have to limit advertisements. Then the government followed.
So again, I think that might be a good lesson for, in fact, what we are doing here today. We are running out of time, so just want to thank you for being particularly so cheerful. I think we just, although there are serious problems here, I'm actually convinced that in 100 years we have many, many anniversaries of things being discovered right as we speak. So thank you very much for this lively discussion. Thank you. You'll continue.
Now, before we break for lunch and move into the part of the program that's entirely devoted to discussion panels involving you, the audience, as well, I believe that Steve Chu wants to set us all a challenge to take with us through the rest of the day. So, Steve, the platform is yours.
I don't know if I'm setting someone a challenge, but let me begin and hope I'm already beginning with minus 2.3 minutes, so I'll just add it. All right, as I just said in my other remarks, here's some data. This is data from 1800 to 2011. This is the average land temperature in the world, and you notice it's very noisy. We don't understand a lot of these bumps and wiggles, and I don't understand this. Oh, here it is. We don't understand these plateaus in the temperature rise. There's a plateau here, there's a big plateau here. We don't understand these little wiggles, but we do understand over a long period of time that as long as the energy hitting the Earth has not changed, average over a long period of time, because of the so-called greenhouse gas effect, the temperature has to rise. I should also point out that 3/4 of this temperature rise has occurred only in the last 35 or so years. And also the amount of the temperature rise is quite modest. It's only about 0.8 degrees centigrade. But with such a modest temperature rise, it's not uniform, and these are two pictures taken in August of 1941 and August 2004 of a glacier in Alaska, and they look quite a bit different. And I'm sure in northern latitudes, like Sweden, you also have similar images of your own. But this is true in the northern latitudes all around the world. There's also issues having to do with hot spells. This is a heat wave in 2003, and perhaps many people don't realize that 52,000 people in Europe had died during this August heat wave. 52,000 died during that. There was another heat wave in Moscow several years later. About 15,000 people died. Now, this again is data, and so what I'm going to show you is the temperature variations in the month of June, July, August in the northern hemisphere. And it begins, let's see if I can get it to go. Nope. It should be playing. Maybe someone in the back can get this thing to go. Well, I'm going to move on. But what you would have seen, oh, here we go. What you will see is a Norman distribution. Again, the summer months, June, July, August, and these are the years ticking by. And as the years tick by and they go to the current time period, you see that something has changed. What has changed is what used to be an average temperature over here is now over here, but more importantly, the extremes in temperature have moved over. And in the years 1950 and 1980, what would have been about a 0.14% chance of having an extraordinarily hot day is now an 8% chance of having that extraordinarily hot day. And so it's those real heat waves that are becoming more standard and usual. So that's another example. Now, let me tell you a little bit about changing glaciers. It turns out there's exquisite ways to measure how glaciers change. This is one of them. These are two precision satellites. As they orbit the Earth, changes in the local gravitational pull of the Earth will perturb the orbits of these satellites. These satellites measure the distance between each other very precisely to millimeters. And in so doing, you can actually back calculate the change in the acceleration due to gravity in the Earth. And this is a change over Greenland. This happens to be the years 2002 to 2012. And these oscillations are summer, winter, summer, winter. But why is the acceleration due to gravity changing, decreasing in Greenland? It's because the ice sheet is melting. The precision of this measurement is exquisite. This is the change in the ice sheet over Greenland to 0.2468 millimeters. But right here is that it's shrinking on average and it's accelerating as it shrinks. This is more data of this satellite. This is Greenland. This is the loss of ice mass in Greenland, mostly in the southern part of Greenland. These are satellites that cover the entire globe. Antarctica was expected to actually gain in ice. There's a little gain here, but there's serious loss here. The reason it was expected to gain was there's expected to be more precipitation, and it was so cold it wasn't going to melt, and yet it turned out not to be true. This is the Tibetan Plateau. There's loss of ice mass here. There's a little gain in here. There's not much glacier here. This is the loss of a major water table in India. So these precision measurements actually allow you to measure changes in water tables as well as changes in ice mass. And as I mentioned in the discussion period before, some work I had done beginning in 1991, being able to use laser-cooled atoms to drop them and measure the local gravitational acceleration very exquisitely. That tool is now being designed to be put up in a satellite that could have about 100 times better resolution than these satellites. This is very important because it's important that we further measure not only shrinking glaciers, but we have to understand how the water tables around the world are changing. Because in many parts of the world, including the United States, the water tables west of the Mississippi are shrinking. And this is of great concern. Here's some more data of changes. Again, in this period where the most significant temperature rise has occurred, 1980 to 2012. This is data taken by a reinsurance company. That is to say, insurance companies that insure insurance companies. If there's a major flood, a major hurricane, the insurance companies may not have enough assets to pay back all the claims, so they take out insurance. So Munich Re insures those insurance companies, and they plot losses due to earthquakes, storms, floods, droughts, fires, crop failures. And you see that over this period of time, although it's very, very noisy, and this is only part of 1 year, you see that there's a trend line rising in the number of forest fires, droughts, hurricanes, whatever. These are the losses, both insured and uninsured, and the trend line is going now to about $200 billion a year, but this is actually insured losses that are counted in a certain way. If there's a large storm, like Hurricane Sandy had a flood, you've closed your doors as a small business for 1 month, you can't make your repairs, your business vanishes. That is not included in the loss. It's only a property damage loss. In flood insurance in the United States, it's backstopped by the federal government. When the insurance companies can't pay for it, the federal government steps in and says, okay, we'll backstop the premium. The backstopping is now at $26 billion. The interest on $26 billion is not covered in these losses. It will be never recovered in premiums. $26 billion in interest alone is just now carried on as part of the national debt. And the next big storm, it adds a little more, and so on. So that's what's happening. If you look now in the catastrophes around the world since 1950, you look at all the dates, and you see, golly, if you start the record book keeping in 1950, all but one, 1992, are in the decade, the years 2000. All the ones boxed in red are weather-related events. The rest are earthquakes, or earthquake tsunami. And so something strange has been happening over the last 35 years. And so I'm just pointing out that although the climate models are getting better and better, they're still not to the point where they can tell you this year will be a bad hurricane year, this will be bad tornado season, and so on. But nevertheless, if you use an analogy to science, in the 50s, 60s, and even today, medical science cannot tell you if you start smoking cigarettes that you will get lung cancer. We can only tell you there's a 30% higher chance you will get lung cancer than if you did not smoke. So in each individual, we can't tell you that. So I liken it to climate epidemiology. So this is health epidemiology. And you see that this is the United States, this is men smoking. From 1900 to 2005, the average smoking in the United States was virtually nil at the beginning of the 20th century. It rose precipitously. The number of deaths due to lung cancer also rose precipitously, but notice there's about a 20-year delay. Around the 50s and 60s, it became clear that cigarette smoking was dangerous to your health, not only for lung cancer and emphysema, but also for heart ailments. And a massive campaign discouraged advertising, forbid children under the age of 18 to buy cigarettes. The amount of smoking in men went down. 20 years later, the incidence of lung cancer went down. In here, the incidence of smoking among women went up 20 years earlier than this graph. And so here you have something that says, does this prove that cigarette smoking causes cancer? Well, let's just say they're correlated very strongly. Let's just say that rise in the land temperature is being seemingly to be very correlated to very lossy events in terms of weather. Now, we only have 35 years. Here's another problem. This is a delay time of 20 years. The delay time between when we put up greenhouse gases and what's the equilibrium temperature is something we don't know. It could be 50 years or it could be 100 years. Why so long? Because it takes about 50 to 100 years, depending on which ocean you're talking about, for the top temperature of the water to mix with the bottom of the ocean, say 2 kilometers deep. When I was in the Gulf of Mexico one hot summer in 2010 trying to help put out an oil spill, the surface of the Gulf of Mexico was 86 degrees Fahrenheit. The bottom, where the oil was leaking, was 2 degrees above freezing. It takes about a half a century for that water to warm up. So in the meantime, the greenhouse gas layer says we're still going to be putting energy into the earth, and since it takes so long for the bottoms of the ocean to heat up, the real damage won't be known, just as the real damage is not known over here. So that makes the problem even a little bit more pressing. So the first law of holes, if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. Now, the Stone Age came to an end, not for the lack of stones, and the oil age will come to an end, but not for the lack of oil, said by a former Saudi minister. So what am I talking about? We're talking about transitioning to better solutions. And what do I mean by better solutions? Solutions that are economically viable, solutions that are actually have no real downside in terms of our prosperity. And we'll need both energy efficiency and clean energy sources. Very briefly, buildings. We waste tons of energy in buildings. Roughly 40% of the energy in the world is spent heating and lighting buildings. And if you build a new building with good standards that using all the things we know about how to build buildings, for the same price of the building, you can save half the energy. And yet today, it's not being done. Appliances, refrigerator appliances. Everybody felt that if you demanded that an appliance be more efficient, they would cost more money. So here's the open circles and the open squares are before standards. This is the first California standard. This is the cost of owning and operating a refrigerator. This is the cost of the refrigerator. So this is the cost of the electricity plus the refrigerator. This is just the refrigerator. You notice when standards started, and there were 6 standards, 3 in California beginning, followed by 3 US standards. You noticed how much, every time the number of refrigerators doubled, and this is the price coming down by a certain fraction, you will notice how much the cost of the refrigerator skyrocketed whenever there was a new appliance standard. Well, maybe you don't notice, but it should have been there. We looked at room air conditioners, and lo and behold, you sign, these are after standards, these are before standards. This is the purchase price of the air conditioner. How could putting in standards make the refrigerator or the air conditioner cost less? Same with washing machines, same with central air conditioning. We submitted this paper to a magazine called Science. It was reviewed by economists. Some of them said this is amazing. This data that stretched over 40 years in both Europe and Europe and the United States really is eye-opening. And another person said, no matter what you guys say, the economists are not going to believe this. So maybe they're not scientists. In any case, in terms of efficiency, this is something that Department of Energy is pushing. Can we have electric vehicles or plug-in hybrids? But something that could be mass-marketed, something that has a sensible range where there is no range anxiety, but without subsidy, $24,000, comparable in performance to a $20,000 car. Of course, it really depends on the battery. The rest of the stuff is in hand. The good news is, in 2008, it cost maybe $1,000 per kilowatt hour. By 2012, the cost of the battery went down in half. We have a very ambitious target, perhaps in another 10 years. Can you make the cost of that battery not only going down by a factor of 2, but perhaps a factor of 3? We don't know, but let me just say that there are many, many technologies that we have been following in the Department of Energy, and since I left the department, have been following. And we don't know which will come to fruition. I'm going out of time, so I'm just going to say that battery energy densities are doubling. Well, can they double again? They've dropped in half. Can they drop by another factor of 2? This is happening as we speak. Whether we can get the energy densities of the cathode up, we don't know. But there are at least a half a dozen technologies. They look very good. Wind. It was said before that renewables will always cost more than fossil. I disagree. In the United States, class 3 and 4 sites, the cost of new wind is about a little over 7 cents a kilowatt hour. That's cheaper than anything else except new natural gas. But our new natural gas is based on $3.50 a million BTU, about 1/4 what it is over in Europe. And so it's not far away, and perhaps within a decade, including transmission, including storage, wind will be comparable to new natural gas at $4 to $5 a million BTU. So we're very good on that. Solar, it's actually improving greatly. Right now, solar modules, the production cost of solar modules today is 50 cents a watt. Okay, many of the solar companies have been locked into long-term silicon contracts based on contracts written when there was an over-demand, but right now the current production costs are about 50 cents a watt. Within a decade, you can sell profitably at 50 cents a watt, okay, for production costs, down to 1/10 of what it used to be a decade ago. We need better electronics for distributed energy. This is going along very nicely. A small research program, RPE, the Department of Energy supported, has generated a single transistor that can handle 1 megawatt, 20,000 volts as a prototype. This is going to be absolutely necessary for handling high-powered switching, for electronics and wind turbines, for electronics and electric vehicles, for many, many things like that. We have a company that's claiming they have the chemistry already for batteries at $160 per kilowatt hour. It remains to be seen. They're going to be putting some of these into prototype testing to see if it can really go that. That's having some scalability, but if it turns out the first few turn out to be true, then at least for sure we can get down to $200 a kilowatt hour. It's about $400 a kilowatt hour today. If this is true, then all of a sudden a lot of the day-night shifting of wind and solar will be fine. Now, sometimes the wind doesn't shine, the wind doesn't blow, and the sun doesn't shine for weeks on end, so you will need natural gas backup, but we have that too. These turbines can go 0 to 150 megawatts in 10 minutes. And they're each of them, and so that's the lead you need for when the wind stops blowing and when the sun stops shining. So this is a very, very good complement to renewables. Let me just end by saying this is a sustainability chart, health human index on this axis, and this is an ecological footprint. The richer countries have the wherewithal, without loss of standard of living, to actually use less resources by using them more efficiently and by having more carbon-free energy. But there's something else I need to tell you. What is the sustainability of Earth? We don't know. Agriculture, grains, the number of grains, rice, wheat, corn, that we grow per acre around the world has increased 5-fold in the last half century. So the real sustainability of the Earth we don't know, but we can say that the richer countries can get down to here without any sacrifice in the standard of living to make headroom for the developing countries over there. And so with that, I just end by quoting an economist, Kuznets, and if you apply it on the y-axis, health, income, education, governance, the governance means rule of law, less corruption, things like that, and you look at environmental issues, You go, and as the country develops, there's more and more environmental issues. And finally, their societal concerns in health and environment emerge, and they have to be melded into business, and then you do the right thing. So I leave with you with this. Where's it written that things have to get bad before they get better? And is it possible that we can learn from the mistakes of our predecessors? I hope it is, because if we don't, then, and if the developing countries follow the path of the developed countries, then we will have a serious problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a bit depressing to discover that my approach just inhibits interesting people saying interesting things, but there you go. So hopefully that morning has filled your heads with food for thought that will lead us nicely into what is now going to be a discussion part of the day. Let me just tell you what happens now. During lunch, there are several different discussions going on, and you're free to choose whichever you want, and they're all happening downstairs in the E area. So if you go out and then go down the escalators, you'll find lunch down there by those rooms. And then at 2:30, we begin the parallel discussion streams, and you all have signed up for one or other of those streams, and so you just need to find the room where that stream is going on and join it. And those discussions will last for 2 hours, 2 panels in each. Then there'll be another coffee break, and then we're back in here for the final session. So if I could just ask all the panelists involved in any of the lunchtime activities to come to the stage, please, and we'll go back through the backstage area. Then I'd just like to wish you all a very nice lunch. Thank you very much to all of you and all our panelists.